Good morning to everybody. Welcome back to the November-December board meeting. Hope that you all have the opportunity to get some rest because we had a very intensive and successful, I would say, day yesterday. But we are going to repeat the receipt today. We have a very challenging agenda ahead of us, so I hope that you have spared some energy and focus for today's discussion on tax planning and technology that we will have to hold. The first topic in the agenda is about the tax planning project. As I said yesterday, it is reaching a very important moment of its life. We hope to have to be able to approve the proposed new sectors addressing tax planning and related services this week for exposure, which means that we are reaching a critical phase of the project. But I'll also say that the most difficult part has been accomplished, I hope. So what we are asked today is to consider the presentation that Carla and Jens will kindly provide us with, to consider the substantive matters that this presentation entails, the proposed text that have been previously circulated under agenda items 4B to 4D, and approved, not today, but be prepared to approve later this week, the new provisions addressing tax planning and related services. And with this, I'm going to give the floor to Jens and Carla to start the presentation and say whatever is relevant in this respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriella, and good morning. Here is a tax corner, we call it. So everyone from the task force is here. So we are trying to guide you a little bit through the journey we have made since the last September board meeting. So I'm looking for the slides, which are in the process of being shared. So we had a good discussion in September in Nashville, and we prepared a revised draft in October. And next slide, please. Oh, yeah, you have it. Okay. Yeah. And we received many advanced comments. So thank you to all of you. We had considered them on Monday, but we will not bring them all today in this presentation because we want to start with the paper you have received. It's the same text, so no new text. We will do this tonight or in the next few days to provide to you an updated version with all the input. It's, being frank, we got a lot of interesting input. Most of them are on word issues, how to pronounce it better. One or two clarified to us that we perhaps to be more clear to avoid misunderstandings, but it was very helpful. And sometimes it's difficult to accommodate everyone because we have also comments which are not able to be followed in the same time. So, but we will come back to you with a new text. And hopefully we will be able to agree and finalize, and you will approve for exposure these two documents on 15th of December. Carla and I, we will now change in the presentation. Carla will now start with the matters raised and guide you through some of the next slides.
Thank you, Jens, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the session on tax planning. As Jens mentioned before, we received quite a few comments from the board during the September meeting. And also thank you very much for your advance comment we received November 4th, and also providing those comments in advance of the task force meeting. So very much appreciated. That allowed me sufficient time to go through the comments and be able to share that with the task force. What you see in front of you are the key themes that came up from the feedback that we received. I'm not going to go through each of the theme in detail here because we will be talking about them and the proposed revision to address some of the matters that's been raised in these areas. But likewise, at this point, I would like to also thank the members who provided feedback prior to this meeting. I was very pleased that since posting the December paper and up to this meeting, you were able to go through the paper, so very much appreciated. Those comments will be deliberated by the task force when we have the task force meeting this evening, and then we'll bring them back for board deliberation before we look for the approval of the ED. So before we start with the revision to the proposals, I would like to brief you on the outreach activities that we had in Q4. There's been numerous activities that we've had, especially around the timing when we had the task force meeting in Brussels. We were able to have conversations with practitioners and also global agencies that's very interested in the tax planning project, such as the European Commission and the CFE tax advisors that's not on the screen. I personally, the journey that we envision and experience so far since the commencement of this project is that the conversation has changed. We continuously socialize with our stakeholders the proposals that we want to address in the tax planning project. And Jans and the task force will agree with me, at the beginning, we were cautioned about undertaking such a project, that we were very ambitious to try and address matters that even at the global agency level, they found it a little bit sensitive for them to address. So we're very pleased that at this stage, especially at this meeting, we'll be able to bring forth a proposal that we've socialized with stakeholders numerous times and had many iterations. And now we're at the stage where they are pleased to know where we're landed. And now we're just looking into financing some of the wording so that it is practicable for our practitioners on the ground to be able to relate to those provisions. So before I continue, perhaps Jans, who presented at the Wyman Symposium in London, would like to provide a bit brief on the presentation that you had.
Yeah, it was a panel discussion with representatives from UK, but also from Australia and from European organizations, and it was a rich discussion. We included the proposals of the European Commission, where we could give input. That we as a task force had also intensive consultation with the European Commission, who is preparing some legislation probably next year, and we could make them aware of our project, and they were very interested in that. And during the Wyman Symposium, we had the possibility to have even a wider outreach activity with stakeholders we haven't reached. And on the other side, there were representatives of the UK tax authorities, and we had also the possibility to discuss differences with the existing framework in UK and the experience there. And one of the outcome is that they have sent us pre-board comments too, after they have seen the publication on our website of the draft. So we get even further input also in detail out of that outreach activity.
Thank you, Jans. And also we had Chana, who presented at the Australian Tax Summit. And I think there was about 2,000 over representative of the profession from the tax practitioners and the legal profession as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. So it was not only accountants, it's anyone involved in tax. I mean, the session I was in, there are probably 300 people, not 2,000. So 2,000 was the whole, 2,000 was the whole thing. So it was a panel discussion, which was moderated by the Australian FRC chairman, Andrew Mills, and he's a former tax commissioner himself as well. And so on the panel was myself, a deputy commissioner from the tax office, Rebecca Saint, who presented at one of the global roundtables, and Alf Capito. He's currently EY tax consultant, but he's a former senior partner in the Asia Pacific region. And he was involved. So the two topics we discussed was our drafts as at September. And in Australia, the Australian tax office with the big four have bought out large market tax governance principles, which is about how the big four provide services to the large entities. It came out in August of this year, but it has been about a couple of years in the background in the development. So we discussed some parallels with our project, because this also has about, things that go close to the credible basis about looking at the relevant facts and circumstances, having proper quality management and risk management processes. And while it's a voluntary thing, there's also an annual confirmation process that the big four have to do next year, that they have, when they're giving tax advice, that they have complied with these principles. And looking at those tax governance principles, I don't think that there's anything that our principles have not already captured. Thank you.
Cool, thank you, Chana. And also, we also had outreach with the IFAC SMPAG committee, of which Andy presented, and I've attended that meeting, Andy, and there was a few rigorous discussion, especially on the stand-back test.
Indeed, it was a very generous use of, a very generous offer of time. I spent about an hour and a half with the SMPAG going through the proposal in detail. Had a very lively discussion, which ranged actually from we should have something on tax morality and more on that, to that the stand-back test was going to be too onerous. But I think I was able to engage with them in the proposal in details that that they hadn't really explored before then. But I did have some discussions about the what we call the stand-back test, and I know you'll have more comments on that later. But on the whole, I had I think a fairly warm reception to where we had landed up, and the more information I was able to disclose to them, then the more they seemed to understand where we had landed. So, thank you.
Thank you, Andy. So that sums up the activities we had in Q4 and the proposals we had in front of you, and the one that we plan to bring back to the board will be something that we've taken on board of the feedback we received from all the stakeholders. So we will be presenting those before the final proposal on the 15th. So moving on to the first area that we would like to discuss, of the proposals that we bring forth to the board today, will be about the role of the professional accountant acting in the public interest. There is no doubt that PAs have a role to play, and it's an equally important role in the provision of tax planning services, especially in acting in the public interest. And in doing so, the PAs are expected to also apply their professional judgment in the provision of tax planning services. When we first had the proposed text in front of the board, we did have the wording on the responsibility of the PA in promoting public interest. And the feedback that we received was that it places too much of a onus on the PA, that they play a they're in a driver's seat to promote public interest. And the feedback that we receive is that PAs play an important role rather than assuming the full responsibility of compliance with tax laws and regulation. So it is recognizing that clients and employing organizations have their own responsibility to pay their legally assessed tax rules. So in doing so, the task force is proposing to update the wording to stress on that point, that it is not the role of the PA to have responsibility. It is just to advise the clients on how best to meet their tax planning rules. Tax planning goals. So this is the wording that we have proposed and posted for the December meeting. I will pause here to see if there's any reactions from members.
Thank you, Carla and Jens. I think that the change is a good one to make. In terms of the tax, I was just wondering whether, we talk about tax minimization arrangements and whether at this point in time you want to be broader and just cover tax planning arrangements rather than be specific down to just minimization. Thank you.
We will consider this. Our first impression was that the problem are minimization arrangements, but we will think about whether there are other arrangements which are more structural and less to minimize tax. But our first discussion was a little bit, it is normally a minimization issue, but thank you for your comment. We will have some thoughts about that.
So, sorry, Galen.
Yeah, Jens, I was wondering, Carla, it's the sentence that says, in addition, accountants play an important role in assisting. I guess I'm a little bit bothered with assisting in terms of what that means. I think educating, I don't see in this particular paragraph anywhere, and presenting additional options or alternative options, course of action. I'm not far from where you're at with this, but I just wonder if there's a little more thinking that would go into that. I do like the notion that, the responsibility rests with the client. It doesn't rest with the advisor. The advisor plays an ancillary role in bringing the taxpayer up to speed, but paying those taxes, their responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. We will also consider this. Our thinking was to say, assisting client meet their tax obligations, include this, what you're calling showing ways how to do it, but perhaps we can tweak a little bit here the language to make it clear.
Okay, Carla or Jens, if you want to move forward.
Sorry. Right, thank you. So the next topic we want to discuss is credible basis and the changes we made to address some of the concerns raised. So when we had the paragraphs first drafted, there was feedback in terms of where in the process does this happen? Is it when we're just having a coffee chat and the PA is trying to ascertain whether to take on the engagement, or when you really sign an engagement letter? It's just not very clear the way it was drafted previously, when and where this assessment of the credible basis happened. So we had made revision to the paragraphs to clarify that PS would only affirmatively advise or recommend a tax planning arrangement if they've concluded a credible basis. And that is to avoid the misinterpretation that this provision prohibits a PA from having a discussion with the client if there's no credible basis, if they assess that there's no credible basis and there's no need to go ahead. And in doing so, we also provided application material in paragraph 380.11a1 to complement this change. We did hear subsequently to posting the papers that perhaps since we already have the requirement to affirmatively advise, you do not perhaps need the application material, as the language is just a negative way of putting it across. The second basis to that is to clarify that in order to make the assessment whether there's a credible basis, the PA will need to exercise the professional judgment based on the tax laws and regulation at the time of the assessment. So it is very important that it is at the time of the assessment that they reach a conclusion there is a credible basis. what you see in front of you are the revisions that were made to address some of the concerns raised in terms of when the assessment of credible basis should occur and at what point in time. Is there a continuum or is it stop at a point in time? I'll pause here to see if members have any comments on the revisions we made so far.
Thank you, Carla. Any comments or questions? Sumnam.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for presentation. I read a couple of times of the change. In particular, my question is on the addition of the word affirmatively. From my perspective, it's very difficult to understand for us at first. In particular, I'm wondering how it can be easily or properly translated into a variety of languages. So I'm questioning if there were any specific motivation or reason for adding this language. And then the next question is the word only in front of affirmatively. Does it mean that TAs can provide advice in the case of when they can provide affirmative advice or recommendation? It means that there will be any other services, advice or recommendation other than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunam. Carla, Jens, do you want to take a few questions and then respond after? So, okay, Luigi, please.
Thank you. Jens, I understand that this addition responds to previous comment in order to clarify how it is intended to work. I have the same concern already expressed in terms of whether this affirmatively advice would be understood in a proper way all across the world in all jurisdictions. I understand and agree with what is the intent underlying this wording, but maybe you may consider an alternative wording that could be clearer in all jurisdictions, while the underlying meaning, I'm in agreement.
Thank you, Luigi. Caroline.
Thank you. So Jens, it took me some time to also think about affirmatively whether it's meaningful there. My comment is really around 11A2, where we talk about what is credible, and I think it's useful if we just maybe frame it in terms of credible basis in laws and regulations as what you've done in other places. And also, I think that the concern for me is when we talk about credible, are we talking about, to me, it's reasonable or unreasonable, but I think from a language perspective, credible can also give the impression that it's good versus bad. So it's useful to maybe make that distinction or clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Jens, back to you.
Thank you. I think we can easily fulfill or respect your concerns, Sunam, with the only if we are changing the order of the wording. Professional accountant shall affirmatively advise on the recommend a tax plan arrangement only if the accountant. So by that, I think it is better. Thank you for that. So, but I haven't agreed this with the task force just as a spontaneous reaction. Our journey with the affirmatively, the reason why we changed it like this was that there was a fear that professional accountants would not advise if there is no credible basis, that there is no credible basis. So it was the importance to allow a professional accountant to explain the reasons, the background, the pro and cons in a proper manner with the client. And that's why the requirement here was focused on the specific situation, that it's only a prohibition if the professional accountant is supporting an advice, although there is no credible basis. So that's the thought process. And if we are agreeing on that, which is the objective, we will think about whether affirmatively is the right term or whether we have the possibility to do it in a better way. But important for us is to have this thinking, this common thinking where there is a prohibition, and that is not preventing the accountant to give a proper explanation to the client, because we had some feedback in our previous version that stakeholders thought that they are not allowed to say anything. So like this, and that would be not the right approach. So I think that this is the one point. We will think about, Caroline, whether to add there in laws and regulation, but the credible basis is it's laws and regulation, but it's also the court decisions, etc. And that's where we are perhaps not sure whether this term is exactly what we're meaning, but we will consider this. Concerning credible basis versus other terms, I think we have made also a long journey with appropriate, inappropriate, reasonable, unreasonable. And my or our sense is here, there might be differences in the terminology also in different contexts and jurisdictions. As a baseline out of our outreach activities, the term of credible basis was the less controversial. I'm not saying that it's totally uncontroversial, and probably we will make in the explanatory memorandum a journey about the terms and why we have landed here. I would say it's a term which has not been used too many times in a way, in a legalistic way. It's a more generic term, and that was what we thought is the right approach. Credible is also referring to the professional judgment of the professional accountant, because reasonable has also to do something with a certain legal term. That's why we landed with credible, but I think it's very important to take all the other terms in an explanatory memorandum and to explain what we are thinking. So I think also it is we can also give examples in the explanatory memorandum specifically to A2 to describe that in certain jurisdictions the threshold might be higher or lower than in other jurisdictions, and by that we are not saying it's 51 or whatever it might be. So that's a little bit response to your concerns, Caroline.
Thank you, Jens. I think, Caroline, if it is a reaction to what, okay. We have some people wanting to provide comments, but before we move forward, let's just make clear that unless anyone has anything against the meaning of this word affirmatively and what the task force wants to say has been clearly explained, I would say, by Jens, and we take it as the basis for what the task force will do in trying to come up with some wording that removes any kind of doubts about it. Okay, so next one, Mark, please.
Thank you, and thank you to the task force for the constructive way they've tried to deal with all of the comments. Very quick one on 380.11 is I wonder whether you actually deal with the issue by just swapping the order. So start with recommend or alternate or affirmatively advise, because that then helps the context of what affirmatively means. And then I think you're fine to go with that. My worry on paragraph A2 is this is absolutely right based on relevant tax laws and regulations at the time and will be a matter of professional judgment. But ultimately, the decision will be taken not by someone using the accountant's professional judgment, but by a tax professional's professional judgment. And that makes me slightly nervous, but I wonder whether that is something in launching the ED and consulting on the proposals, we may encourage some specific feedback on. So I don't have a better alternative than what you have, but I think it's important to try and elicit some stakeholder feedback on that particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Vanya.
Quite firstly, Jens, I just endorse the recommendation to think about the term affirmatively. Of course, in Brazil, it could be interpreted that the advice is in the positive way, do something, when the advice can be in the negative way as well. Do not do something that should have been done. So why not use act to the advice or something like that, or invert the order like Mark suggested, just to endorse the comment.
Thank you, Vanya. Caroline. Felicia, sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and very good work done by Jens and the team. Thinking around the wording, I also think probably it would be better to start with recommend, and because whatever we do in terms of tax, you're recommending a position. So if we start by recommend, say a professional accountant shall recommend a tax planning arrangement, then the others can follow afterwards. I think it's better to start with recommendation than affirmative, because I think when you say affirmative, it also brings other debates and discussions, and also the interpretation. So I think also going with what Mark has just mentioned, it would be nice to start with the recommend, because you're always recommending if you're as a PA or as an advisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. We are having some problems with the sound. I don't know, Jens, Carla, did you understand everything? So I'm sorry, Felicia, it happens. Caroline, please.
Thank you. So Jens, back to 380.11A2. I forgot to mention that at the time, can we specify it's at the time of determination, just for clarification? Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. And finally, Ken.
Thank you, Gabriela. I know we are sort of at this stage now where we're really playing with words rather than the essential concept, and I think that's good. That's good. It just shows that we've traveled a long way. I suppose a couple of thoughts more for the task force to consider, and I know we're sort of dancing on the head of a pin with the word affirmatively. I was thinking perhaps we take an axe to the chopping block and really just drop the two words. Yeah, that's just for the task force to consider. So just go with a shall recommend. That might just solve a lot of issues, but let's kind of think about it. The other thought I had was really the comments from Caroline and Mark about A2. And I just was thinking that in the context of your response, Jens, whether we could draw out more this thought about the crucial role of professional judgment. And it almost comes as an afterthought when we say that it's a matter of professional judgment at the end of the paragraph, and it doesn't hit you, straight in the face that actually this is what is gonna drive the final determination as to what is credible. And absolutely, I agree with you that it's, in terms of the terminology, credible actually gets us to where we need to be, or actually driving the point that we need to get across rather than reasonable. Because what we're saying is we are expecting the PA to bring to bear their experience, their expertise, and their judgment to the matter under consideration, coming up with the right advice, rather than whether it's anybody's judgment as to whether this is reasonable or not, without having regard to their expertise in tax planning issues and so forth. So I do think the term credible really is the one we want to get across. But can we better explain it? I think we probably can do a little bit of work on A2 to just draw out that this is really going to be how the PA makes that determination will really depend on the application of the judgment to all their experience, their the expertise, etc.
Thank you very much, Ken. Jens and Carla.
I think we will consider especially the affirmative advice issue and how it will read if we are deleting this. So I think we were there some times ago, but Andy, I think you want to add?
Well, what we heard from tax professionals is that sometimes they say mechanism 1 or mechanism 2 or mechanism 3 for the shorthand have credible basis, but they're not recommending either mechanism 1, mechanism 2, mechanism 3. They're just saying mechanism 1, 2, or 3 have credible. You decide. Sometimes they say mechanism 1, 2, and 3, and we're recommending mechanism 1. So that's why we wanted to have both this affirmatively advise, which I agree could be somewhat torturous, and recommend, because some people wrestled up. We don't actually recommend, we just advise that it has a credible basis. And so we didn't want to focus it in too narrowly. So that's the two things we're trying to portray. And then we had this issue with advise. You could advise negatively, say, don't do that. So in other words, there were these multiple mechanisms that have credible basis, and sometimes, not always, they recommend.
And perhaps we could do it that we start with recommend and then say affirmatively advise and explain this in the explanatory memorandum, and then see how people will understand it or have different approaches. That could be also something, but we will discuss it. But just for your background, talking to tax planning experts is sometimes a very precise exercise. And so we learned a lot. And otherwise, we don't want to make a gap in the exposure draft where we are seeing something could be circumvented by saying, oh, I have not done it or whatever, because we have not affirmatively or whatever. Mm-hmm. So the misunderstanding there for the experts might be there. Mm-hmm. Even then, the language is not perfect. I think we covered more or less the comments, and the other tweaks we will consider.
Okay, thank you very much, Jens. I think we can move to the next topic.
Thank you. I will come now to the so-called stand-back test, and I think something is very important, and we have discussed that this is something perhaps we have to even make more clear. The stand-back test is after having established a credible basis. So this is a thought process. You have established a credible basis, and then we are saying there's something else needed. So that's the concept. So the intent is to have a wider perspective on reputational, commercial, and wider economic consequences, and to have a third-party test, but a specific third-party test with a wider stakeholder perspective. So it is important that this consideration is based, again, on the knowledge and on the context and the circumstances at the time and the knowledge of the PA. So there is no expectation that there must be some kind of due diligence or checklist approach. Just to stop a moment and think a bit wider, to context it to a wider perspective. And it's also important is professional judgment decision, and it has nothing to do with tax morality or social justice. But we are saying just looking at the credible basis is not the last step. There must be something else, a reiteration or a rethinking on the wider public role of a professional accountant, what Carla has presented. So that's the intent. We have made some changes to the draft. The focus is now more on the on the implication for the profession, which is more aligned to the fundamental principles. So we have tried to do that. We are including. We have deleted the word potential. Is there a problem? Okay. Okay. We have deleted the word potential because it suggested that there should be some planning or forecasting exercise be necessary, which is not our intent. And we have proposed a revision to R38013 to clarify the communication basis of PA's decision not to proceed with the recommendation only applies when PA is engaged by the client and the tax planning arrangement is one the client would like to pursue. So the text is here on the next slide. You see, we change a little bit the term from in developing the advice or recommendation. We said in determining that there is a credible basis. So we wanted to highlight the term credible basis again. And also in 12, we changed from might to could arise from the way stakeholders might view the arrangement. And you see in the row before, potential, we deleted potential because also so in this manner, the sentence makes sense. Consider the reputational, commercial, and wider economical consequences. In A1, we changed or added implications to the reputation of the profession, so a wider term and more objective term or test. And we added in 12A2 the professional accountant's understanding of the impact of the tax planning, and we deleted risks because it's not a risk standard here. It's about not about the risk management of a firm or professional accountants. It's about a wider view on the consequences. In 13, and we have to think about the term again, affirmatively advise or recommend. So we probably have also to make here a consequential change depending on our changes in the section before. And I think we wanted to make clear that the client, that it's about informing on the decision and explain the basis. So we also want to show that it's possible to discuss with the client and explain it, and that we are encouraging the client, the professional accountant, to give advice here. But again, we are here in the stand back test. It's not about the credible basis, it's about the wider perspective here. And also here we think we will make some explanation in the EM to make clear that this, we also thought on a flow chart, something like this, a picture to make clear, establishing a credible basis, yes or no. If there's no credible basis, you are out. If you have a credible basis, another step, just to illustrate the thought process, even though it's a little bit simplified, because you may have these implications during establishing a credible basis and seeing that there might be a wider economic, so the timing of the thought process might be different, but as a picture, perhaps we want to add such a flow chart to make it clear what is the reason, because I think it's very important. It's not another burden or another role, it's just applying the role of the professional accountant to act in the public interest and to consider the wider public importance of the advice. I think I should pause here, and I'm very interested what you are thinking about that.
Thank you very much, Jens. Galen.
Thank you, and this is very thoughtful, and I appreciate all the hard work the task force put into it. On R38014, that paragraph, we use the word decision 3 different times in that paragraph, and it sort of conveys the idea that the PA is the decision maker. And I know that's not what you intend, but I wonder if there's a different way of describing the actions that are being taken here rather than using the word decision. I think the decision is what the client does.
Just to make clear, we are thinking on another decision here, the decision of the PA not to, yeah, but it's a good point. We have to think about, and I'm counting to the native speakers to help us here. We have some.
Thank you, Jens. Sunam.
My question is on paragraph 12, the first one. In connection with the timing of stand-back test, as you said, it will be done after the determination of credible basis. But in reading this paragraph, in determining that there is a credible basis for tax arrangement, it looks like it's being done simultaneously. Okay.
We received such comments in the advance letters from you, and we agree there could be a misunderstanding, and that's why it's very important to have these advance comments. We just wanted to tweak one situation which was raised, that sometimes it is somehow simultaneous. You are establishing a credible basis, so you're in the process of doing that, and then you are aware of a wider economic impact. And even though you have not finalized your credible basis, you are there. So we just wanted to be open, but I think conceptually, it's after you have established a credible basis. And we'll have to think about whether perhaps this is too conceptualized or too narrow, or too, how to say, a nitty-gritty, because the normal case is having a credible basis and then the stand-back test. I think we have to reconsider that, because we don't want to have this misunderstanding that this stand-back test is part of the credible basis level. It's something else.
Yeah, I would support this, Jens, and I think it is implicit in the terminology itself. It's a stand back, so it's a stand back after the work has been done, in effect, right? So if we do it as part of the work itself, it's not quite a stand back, right? And the stand back really is looking at it objectively, you know, from a distance. Yep, that's a good point.
Caroline.
Thank you. Jens, I also support the comment raised by Sungnam, because I had that same challenge as well. The last part of 12, where we talk about, you know, we've changed might arise from the way stakeholders would view the arrangement to could arise from the way stakeholders might view the arrangement. And I'm not a native English speaker, so I'm not really clear what the change is, but maybe if we, you know, if we shorten it to consider the consequences that might arise, would that be sufficient? So something to consider. The other comment I had was on 12A1, where we talk about implications to the reputation of the profession. And I was wondering whether, is it really the profession or should it be the professional accountant? Because the reputation of the professional accountant would naturally impact the profession, but I think it's closer to the issue if you get the professional accountant to think about his or her individual behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Maybe keep both. That could solve the problem. Any other comment?
Thank you for your comments, Caroline. We will consider that. We are coming now to the next item, which is the multi-jurisdictional tax benefit. So we changed or amended this subtitle. So because we thought it's clearer in the flow of the whole section. We want to clarify what ethical issues might arise in such a cross-border situation when there's a tax benefit to the client or the employing organization. And we have now, as we have discussed in the last board meeting, added relevant factors which PAs might consider. These are examples, which is very important to highlight. We are not aiming to have a full list or a checklist. These might be examples. So also the question of external experts, which is out of the scope, we have not touched here. We give this to a new work stream. And on the next slide here, you will find our examples, and we received some advanced comments on that, questioning whether they are good examples, yes or no. We will consider that, but I just want to highlight that we are saying relevant factors an accountant might consider in determining whether to advise, etc. Such disclosure includes. So it is an example and not a full list. And we are saying the significance of the tax benefits in either or one or both jurisdictions. I think that's uncontroversial. The second one, too, the likelihood that the tax benefits will continue to be available to the client if no action is taken in either jurisdiction to address the matter. We had received some concerns about the third bullet point, the likelihood that other entities in a similar circumstance to the client are taking advantages of the tax benefits, and stakeholders' perception of the client if the facts and circumstances were known to the stakeholders. The third one, we are not saying if someone else is doing it is fine or good or bad, but we can see how and in which manner they are disclosing this specific situation. So whether there is a good practice or best practice or an expectation. That was our thinking, but we have received some concerns about the third bullet point. I just want to highlight it here. We will consider whether the language or the content has to be clarified. I think these are the points concerning.
Thank you, Jens. Rich.
Yeah. And so first of all, I thank the task force for extensive work they've done here. On this point, maybe it's not what you're trying to address here, but how are we addressing the fact that there can be the same transaction treated differently in different jurisdictions? Because that does exist on a regular basis. And I'm not sure that what we have here gets at that.
I'm sorry, I was having trouble with my mic. I don't see anyone else. So Jens, if you want to respond.
I think this point, which you are mentioning, is something we had in mind in other parts. We are here thinking about a specific situation, a very specific case, which is that both jurisdictions are happy with a certain tax arrangement. But the question is whether there should be a disclosure of the double no taxation, even though it is legal in both jurisdictions. So that was a case we thought about, because you could stop here and say it's legal in country A, it's legal in country B, or we have credible basis in both jurisdictions, to be very correct here. But there is something we are thinking, a double no taxation. If that is public, how we should react to such a extraordinary case. And that's why we look at others, whether they are disclosing it, third bullet point, or how is the perception? So how I can discuss this situation with the client, even though you have a credible basis. So that was the main reason for this section. But also that we can explain perhaps in the explanatory memorandum to make it clear, because we wanted to cover those cases in the public arena which were discussed in the last, I would say, 5 to 10 years, that we demonstrate that we are covering them as a thought process, in our thought process.
Right, thank you. Rich, is that clear?
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, our next section is a more general part. And perhaps it's important that this is not an order in the section, that this is in the thought process at the end. This is a little bit the overarching reminder how the conceptual framework has to be applied in the context of tax planning services. So after having dealt with the specific issues, the credible basis and the stand back test, we're coming now to the more broader application material and to demonstrate how to navigate with a fundamental principle in the conceptual framework in this context. So what we have done here is, yes, you know this picture, that's our running slide in each and every communication, but I think it makes something clear that we are acting here in the gray zone and how to apply the conceptual framework in this gray zone. So what we have done, we have tried to make some clarification. Next slide. Especially we had to clarify the difference between eliminating threats and what actions might be seen as safeguards. And you will see it on the next slide, where we have some tweaks. On the first bullet point, we added involved in designing a tax planning arrangement, because we want to be broader, because sometimes the PA is not designing everything by himself or herself, but the professional accountant is involved in working with a prepared arrangement, which was prepared in-house or from a third party. So we want to be broader. Concerning the other situation, example situation, we added uncertain. The example, the fourth bullet point, we also try to be more broad, not to say act for the client, but provide service to a client, which is a broader term. And then in a way that might influence the accountant's determination that there is a credible basis. So here the intimidation threat was, we thought, more crispy and clear. And the last bullet point, again, we want to describe more clearly intimidation threat when the client is insisting. So in adding this word to describe a little bit the situation where a professional accountant might be confronted with a more robust approach by the client. These are examples. We try to be a little bit more broad, that accountants will find concrete situations or examples. And on the next slide, we are starting in A3. We deleted one bullet point, the second one, and made it to A4, where it is a safeguard. And we described the structuring piece in a manner how to eliminate a threat. So it's a little bit about the distinction of safeguards and eliminating circumstances of uncertainty to avoid or to end a threat. So that's why we changed A3 and A4. And in A4, I just want to add that we changed independent legal counsel to appropriate legal counsel, because it could be internal or external, and it's more about the objectivity here. So appropriateness, we have a term in other parts where we are describing appropriate review or whatever the term is. So we wanted to be consistent with the terminology of the code. It's not a different test, but it's a more broader to include internal and external legal counsels. I think that is what we changed in 38070 A1 to A5. I pause here.
Thank you, Jens. Mark.
Thank you, Jens. I'm very comfortable with the vast majority of this. The only point that I was slightly nervous about was your new bullet in 317A4, because it says established practice that has not been challenged by the relevant tax authorities. And tax authorities are not always the swiftest of organizations to act or conclude actions. I wonder whether there is also a need to expand that bullet slightly to sort of recognize that the professional accountant should also check to ensure that there is not something pending. Thank you.
We just changed from the same bullet point from A3 to A4, so it's an example, but we will see whether we can include your thoughts in a better manner.
Thank you, Mark and Jens. Ken.
Yeah, maybe just a thought in reaction, and maybe it's more a point of clarification, Mark, if I can ask, because this is really a list of safeguards, in other words, action that might bring down the level of the threats. And if it is an established practice that's not been challenged by the tax authority, then I can understand that most likely there won't be an issue. But if it's a case that's pending with the tax authority, and to my mind, when I think about something that's pending, it could go either way. Either it could be rejected as not acceptable, or it could be cleared as being perfectly fine. So what did you have in mind when you thought about this concept of pending?
So maybe, and to try and illustrate that with an example, Ken, in the UK, there were a number of schemes for tax relief based on investment in films. And for a long time, they were considered to be perfectly legitimate. And then at some point, the tax authorities became concerned about the amount of money that was being put into these schemes. And then suddenly, from being perfectly accepted, there was a challenge in a tribunal that went into an appeal tribunal, that went to the High Court, that was appealed. And suddenly it came from being nothing to come from being, you know, something. And so I can absolutely see that an established practice that's not being challenged is an appropriate benchmark, but equally something that's not being challenged could be subject to a trigger that makes it subject to a challenge. And I think that you know, if the professional accountant is approaching this with an inquiring mind, they won't just take it on sort of taken as read that this will never be challenged. They'll actually say, is there anything that suggests that the position of the tax authorities is changing and their approach is varying as a result? So that's an example of what I was trying to illustrate.
That's very helpful, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I don't see any other comments, so Jens, Carla.
Brilliant, thank you. So the next section, we come to the point about disagreement. What happens when disagreement arises between the PA and the client or the employing organization? And we receive feedback that previously the way it was drafted, it was very confusing. When does this agreement happen? And some of the steps that needs to be clarified in terms of the sequence of steps PA can undertake or should undertake if the disagreement with client arises. And we also made revision to clarify that the disagreement over the tax planning arrangement is something that the client wishes to pursue. So it's not a tax planning arrangement that the PA is insisting the client to pursue. And it's something that the PA wishes to pursue against the professional accountant's advice. And the other change that we made is to make sure that we don't limit the word client to mean to an entity. So because the client could be an individual as well. And lastly, we included additional guidance for professional accountants to consider in terms of the communication of the details of the arrangement or disagreement with those charged with governance if deemed appropriate. So here in front of you, it is quite tiny. I apologize. Hope you'll be able to see it. Some of the changes that we made. We separated out some of the provisions that we had presented in front of you to make sure it follows through a step by step. So in the requirement in 380.19, it talks about the disagreement the PA will have with the client, and it's a tax planning arrangement that the client would like to pursue. And if so, what would the PA do? The PA shall, first of all, inform the client the basis of the accountant's assessment, communicate to them the stand-back test that the PA undertaken and the risk associated with that TP arrangement in the event of an adverse ruling. And lastly, to advise the client not to pursue the arrangement. And if the client wishes to pursue the arrangement, despite the PA's advice not to pursue the arrangement, what can the accountant do to associate themselves from the arrangement? So they need to consider advising the client to communicate internally the details of the arrangement and the differences of the view, to make disclosure the arrangement to the relevant tax authorities, and to communicate the details of the arrangement to the, for example, external auditors where it is applicable. As part of the communication of matters set out above, the PA might consider whether it's appropriate to raise the matter with those charged with governance. And lastly, in light of the advice, if the client wishes to pursue the arrangement, the PA should consider withdrawing or resigning from the client and the engagement. I'll pause here to see if we have any reactions from members.
Thank you, Carla. Christelle.
Yes, this is some items that I gave before the meeting, but I'm still struggling because it isn't changed, which I understand, but so I pose it. The 38020A is saying that the accountant shall consider advising the client if appropriate to communicate. I don't think it is to the accountant to judge if it is appropriate. I would rather recommend that the PA is advising the client to communicate internally, by the way, at the appropriate management level, because if the internal communication is just going a little bit down, it might be a way of not dealing with the threat. And also on the 38020C, I was wondering what would be the circumstances where it would not be applicable to communicate the details to external auditors. To my view, it was only if it was forbidden by laws or regulations, but do you see any other circumstances?
Thank you, Christelle. Do you want to take some more questions, Jens? So, Caroline.
Thank you, Carla. I think your explanation made it clear for me, but when I read the two requirement paragraphs and the application material, it wasn't clear to me that it was, advice or a position that someone else had advised the client and which the client now wants to pursue. So I think if there's some way to make that clearer, because when I guess when I was reading R380.19, it starts with if the PA disagrees with the tax planning arrangement that the client would like to pursue. So my thinking was I had advised a client against it, but they still want to continue down that path. So, and if you take my scenario, then I wouldn't advise. I mean, I've already advised the client not to pursue. So C is actually irrelevant, and I would just terminate or walk away from that opportunity. So I think if there's a better way to bring out, the scenario that you've described, it'll be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Christelle and Caroline. Jens, please. I might have some comments, but I want to listen to you before.
Okay, very briefly, Christelle, is just we want to be neutral whether there is an individual client or a corporation. And if there is no external auditor, that we say where applicable. And if there is no internal possibility of communicate because you have a wealthy individual. So that's why we took client as a term and wanted to make clear that this is neutral of the type of your client. That's the only reason. And we will consider your 19C comment. Thank you.
I'm sorry, sorry, Galen.
Thank you. So Jens, we started this journey talking about the spectrum and the gray areas, and it's not always a yes or a no. Did the task force have some discussions about the necessity of advising the client of likelihood? The risk, Andy, you're smiling. Of course you did. Where does that fit in? Could you maybe expand on that a little bit?
I would say that we had long-lasting discussions on probabilities and likelihoods because we had this government paper, which always Andy has at hand, where 21%, 20. So there is some governmental paper in US where you say 20% likelihood is fine if you are disclosing and etc. So we have had this in discussing the credible basis, and we said that this might differ in jurisdiction, because in other jurisdictions, as we had it in Brazil, as I'm remembering correctly, there is a higher threshold for 51 and 2 or 3 expert opinions you have to be on the safe side. So, and that's why we didn't want to have the likelihood as a criterion inside, but that is something I mentioned earlier when we are talking about credible basis and other terminology, we would definitely cross-reference to different likelihood thresholds and in different jurisdictions. The question whether you have to inform your client also about the likelihood, I think it's part of a proper advice. But perhaps we should think about your perspective on that.
I'm just thinking, if I can come back, I'm just thinking, I mean, you're just flat ass wrong. You know, this is not the right thing to do, and you're probably going to go to jail. I mean, is there any, you know, crossroads where you just have to lay that out for your client? And I don't see it in here, but I'm glad that the task force talked about it.
I mean, the intention of paragraph 380.19, communication to the client about the reputational, commercial, wider economic consequences in case of adverse ruling. We're hoping that that will be part of that exercise.
Mark.
Just as a thought on that, I wonder whether the reference that you've got in 320A2 about withdrawing from the engagement in sort of extreme circumstances, I wonder whether that should be bullet D of 380.19. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Ken. Sorry, we have if you don't mind, Yao Shu. I'm sorry, Yao Shu.
Thank you. I concern is that the 20B, that to make full disclosure of the arrangement to the relevant tax authorities. I don't think that's this circumstances is belong to non-compliance with the law and the regulations, and whether the code can give the exemption of the duty of the confidentiality. I think that's the concern of mine. And sorry, and I have another question that go back to the 7. Yes, sorry. That 7, that there is yes, A1, yes, 7A1. Sorry, 17.
Which one?
Oh yes, sorry, 17A1. Yeah, 17A1. That's the I think the third bullet. The third bullet, the last sentence. May the arrangement may not have a credible basis in laws and regulations. I think it may be that should be the arrangement might have a credible basis in tax laws and regulations. I don't think that they should be the not. I don't know. My understanding is that even that the arrangement might have a credible basis in tax laws and the regulations, and there is a self-interest and advocacy threats. I don't know my understanding.
Yeah. Okay, I will come back to your both points. 38020B, we're saying shall consider. So it depends on the possibilities you have in your own jurisdictions, and if you are not allowed to do this disclosure of the arrangement to the lower level tax authorities, you are not allowed. So the national laws and regulations are prohibiting you, you are not allowed to do so. But that's why we're saying consider. It's not that you have to do it. That depends on laws and it is also only an advice. Thank you, Laurie. It's an advice that you are giving to your client that the client might do this or shall do this. So it's up to the client then to make the decision, but you have made the client aware of the possibility or the necessity, and then clear the responsibility of the client to do so. I think that is that's the intent of that paragraph. And concerning the not, I'm counting on Andy, who has read this in the meantime. Is it not? I think it's necessary to have the not. So we will consider whether the meaning is correct and the not is there or should be deleted. Thank you, Yao Shu.
Thank you.
Okay, you will consider it in your next.
Sanjeev.
So I think actually the point here is that a PA would still advocate something, though there is an indication that there might not be a good basis because his client wants him to do it. So that is why there is a threat. That's the point. I would still go ahead and advocate something just because my client wants me to do it. Even there may not be a credible basis and there's an indication to that effect. So the word not, I think, is required.
Thank you, Sanjeev.
Okay, thank you, Sanjeev. Ken.
Yeah, I would agree on this point as well. I think the note is needed. It is really trying to convey the circumstances in which a true threat is arising. Maybe a point that came to mind, Jens, more when you were responding to Christel's comment earlier, and that was the point about the client being not only an entity but potentially also an individual. And I think we could make that a bit more explicit. I think there is a paragraph, well, the paragraph that sort of describes what a tax planning service is at the beginning. I think it's paragraph, if I can just locate it. I think it's paragraph 380.5A1 in your text. So and this paragraph reads, tax planning services comprise a broad range of services designed to assist a client in structuring its affairs in a tax efficient manner. And my suggestion would be to simply add a sidebar to say, these are services designed to assist a client, whether an individual or an entity, in structuring, its tax affairs, etc.
Thank you, Ken. I think that that would help solving Christel's doubt. Okay, Caroline.
Thank you. Jens, just trying to address maybe Yao Shu's concern. I think the words "even though" that throws it off, because you're saying that there's a self-review threat when the accountant advocates the client's position, right? But because you're saying even though there's indication that the arrangement might not have a credible basis, I think that gives the impression that I'm not sure how to express it, but if you changed it to where there are indications, I think that might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Caroline. Jens.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have now the paragraph review paragraph by paragraph. Perhaps we can now make the break and do this after the break.
Yeah, Jens, thank you for the suggestion. I think it's a good time to break a little bit earlier than the agenda, than planned in the agenda, so we can break for a bit more than till say 10:45. Okay. So can we make a start now? I think that we are a bit early than we had decided, but we are all here around the table, so I think we can spare some time and start. Jens, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We now want to make a real read of and have a paragraph review of other changes. So the objective of that part is to get feedback which we have not yet heard. So we have not included in this text the pre-board comments. We will consider them after today's meeting collectively with all the other input, also from Brian. We got some input, and we got also, as I mentioned, and Carla mentioned earlier, from the SMP advisory group, from ICAW and others who have reacted to the posted papers. So, but we want to have an opportunity, give you an opportunity to raise any other issues you have that we can then tonight and in the next few hours preliminary finalize the draft for exposure or bringing it to the board again. So that is the background, and we want to have one possibility to go paragraph by paragraph or page by page, that you can give any other comment you want to raise and questions you have. Okay. We will start with the introduction paragraph. And then we are coming to the provisions concerning the role of the public accountant acting in the public interest. I think that's something we have had during our presentation. On page 2, we will add what you can have mentioned to clarify what is a client, an individual, or a corporation. So I think that is noted. Any other comments on the description of tax planning and related services? That's not the case. Next part is compliance with laws and regulation, and here we start with the anti-avoidance laws and regulations, and making clear that we are respecting the national jurisdictions. Next, chapter is to highlight the responsibilities of management and those charged with governance. We thought it's important first to highlight the responsibility of the client, and then in the next section to describe the responsibilities of all professional accountants.
I'm sorry, Jens, I think that Caroline has
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
some comments.
Thank you. Jens, the bullet that's added is the same as the bullet that's below it.
Then we are coming to responsibilities of all professional accountants. I see no comments. And then on the next page, we have the section we discussed earlier with the changes we are thinking about, with the term recommending, and perhaps think about affirmatively.
Thank
Galen.
Jens. Songnam.
Yes, on paragraph 311A2, it starts with the expression, the determination of what's credible. I believe, does it mean that this phrase is same as the phrase in R311 that says the accountant has determined that there is a credible basis? So to me, the two expressions or phrases or sounds a little bit different. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Songnam. Galen.
If I might go back to paragraphs, what is it? Paragraph 9, 380.9. It says responsibility of all professional accountants, and then it starts with a qualifier if a professional accountant is requested. You know, I wondered about this at the time, whether this applies to all professional accountants or simply those that are providing tax services or advice. Could you help me with that?
I think we have taken here the structure where we are saying for all accountants, if it's no difference to have a situation where you have a PI client or a non-PI in other sections of the code. And that's why if there is no differentiation, then we are calling it all. But that's the only reason why. So it's a structure of the code elsewhere. We didn't want we want to make clear that there's no difference having a PI or non-PI client.
I understand that. I get the differentiation there. The problem that I'm having is that professional accountants, CPAs in my country, are providing all sorts of services these days. Some of them that almost seem unrelated to financial reporting, PIs, non-PIs, or whatever. But to say that all professional accountants have a responsibility, I think is really a stretch.
If I may, I don't know, Jens, but I think that this is about the circumstance. All professional accountants, when they are requested to provide such service. So it's about the circumstance and not about the accountant itself. Maybe replacing if by when, I don't know, but.
So I think we shouldn't change the heading because it's in the tax planning section. So we have to consider if what you, Gabriela, are proposing to think about the start of the requirement.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good with being considered. Thank you. I'm an observer.
Thank you.
So coming back to page 4. Yeah. We have noted Sunam's comment. Yes, thank you. And consideration of the overall tax planning advice or recommendation requirement 380.12 now. I think we have discussed this separately, but if there's any, Gally, you have your card? Oh yeah, okay. Next chapter is circumstances of uncertainty.
Hiro.
Thank you. I have a question about paragraph 380.16A1, the last bullet, discussing potential causes of action to mitigate the risks. The word, the risks are not used in other places. So it's not clear to me what the word risks mean in this context. Thank you.
Thank you, Hiro. We'll definitely take into that consideration. Initially, when we had that bullet drafted, it is not in reference to the commercial and reputational risk. It is talking about why you have that discussion and the risks that you would have come across that that circumstances that give rise to the uncertainty. So that's the risk we were referring to, but we will look to clarify if we could better word it so it's not confusing. Thank you, Carla. Caroline.
Thank you. Sorry if we can go back to R380.13. So is this a scenario where, again, the client has decided it wants to go down a certain route, and then the PA is being engaged? Because if that's the case, then maybe we can start by saying that if engaged to advise on a specific tax planning arrangement that the client would like to pursue, if having considered the matters, blah, 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 and PA decides. So just thinking about what I mentioned earlier and whether this is also similar. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. We'll take this on board. Okay. Coming back to now page 6. Yeah. Potential threats arising from providing a tax planning service.
So at the bottom of the page, the third bullet at the end, where we say relevant tax laws and regulations is uncertain or unclear, perhaps the task force can consider the relevant tax laws and regulations lack certainty or clarity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Sunam, do you want to say something?
Thank you. My question relates to paragraph 17A1. The first and second, and repeatedly, we use the expression which says that, for instance, accountants involved in designing tax planning arrangements or developing tax planning arrangement. My question is, as we discussed in the example of tax arrangement, PA's role is to advise instead of design or develop. So it could be, from my perspective, misleading or inconsistent at the top and at the bottom. So please, thank you.
Okay, these are examples, but we have to look at consistency of terminology. Yeah, we will look at this. So on the next page, we have factors that are relevant in evaluating the level of such threats.
Mark.
Sorry, I'm just slightly slow on on A1, where we're talking about self-interest threats created where a professional accountant accepts a significant fee. Do we need to actually put something in to explain significant? Is it in the context of the professional accountant's business? Is it in the context of the relationship with the client?
So your question is with the use of the word significant.
It's whether or not we need to explain what significant is in this context, whether just the word alone is sufficient.
We will consider, thank you. Yeah. Just wanted to make it clear, because we have in the fee section the notion that receiving a fee from a client is creating a threat. And here we want to have some qualifier, but you are right, we have to contextualize it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, on the next slide, page 7, there are the factors in A2, 17A2. And you have seen we have changed a little bit the order. And then we are coming to a part which we had in our slide desk. The elimination and the safeguards parts. I see no comments on that. And you see we have now placed the communication piece at the end of that thought process. Communication of basis of tax planning arrangement. And then the disagreement with client, which we have presented to you. And the separate section on the bottom of page 9, tax planning products or arrangements developed by a third party, including the issue of referral fee or commission. And the last section is documentation. Caroline, I saw your hand.
So in the first bullet, we have the goals, but I think further up you had deleted goals. So, thank you.
Galen.
Thank you. If we could go back to 380.19. I'm reading the same thing you are. It refers to, and maybe this has changed, maybe it's been updated, but it talks about disassociating from the arrangement. Is so that the arrangement is, why not engagement, tax planning engagement as opposed to arrangement?
Thank you, Galen. Do you want to make the same process for 280, or I think it would be due process that we have the opportunity, everything to present quite briefly. We have enough time, so
Okay.
yeah. We'll, 1 second. Here's agenda 4C. Most of the changes are conforming changes. If we are changing something in 380, we are also changing it here, but there might be some specific circumstances you want to highlight. So perhaps we go page by page. Page 1. Same structure, introduction, requirements and application material and the general part. Page 2. Description of the services. Mark.
Sorry, Jens, I'm slightly behind you. Just like there was a question rattling around with 280.4A2. And I agree with how it ends with about might create threats to compliance with the fundamental principles, but would it be helpful to provide some sort of illustration or example there? Because we're dealing with some quite, some big concepts and some big issues, and would it help to try and illustrate through an example there?
Thank you. So any other comments on that page? So now we're coming to compliance with laws and regulation. And responsibilities of management and those charged with governance of employing organization. And responsibilities of all professional accountants. We will consider here also Galen's remark. And the same is true for the term affirmatively advising or recommending. Felician, you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. On 280.5A1, especially that you mentioned that tax planning should be looking at a client, not management. I don't know whether the term should be switched from management to a client based on what we are seeing here.
.5A1, yeah, or 15A1. I haven't. Which?
It's 284.5A1 all the way to, because you're saying advising management, and from the text of what you've seen, management has been replaced by client. So I don't know whether we should keep management or client, advising the client instead of management.
We are here in the 280 section, and there we have no client. That's yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but we are in 280. There is no client, so I think it's proper. The PA is advising his or her management in the structure. So that's the idea, the internal advisor, so to say. but it's not a client relationship. So that's why we are avoiding the term here in 280. Thank you.
Caroline?
Where we were at, which is 280.13, just to make sure it's consistent with 380.13. So after was deleted in 380. Thank you.
That's a confirming change. Thank you. Very good, Caroline.
Ricardo?
Yes, Jens, thank you very much for your explanation. I have a question on 280.14.A2. At 318.14A2, PPAP has 4 items. The difference is the PPAP has the item, the likelihood that other entities in similar circumstances to the client are taking advantage of the tax benefits. PAVE does not have this item. So I'm wondering whether if PAVE were in the same situation, PAVE should consider this, for example, by checking public information, discuss their auditors, etc. Could you please give your thought on this?
Thank you. It's a valid point. We will consider that to make it also consistent with 380. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Songnam?
Thank you. In terms of the standback test, paragraph 280.12, there is a title in consideration of the overall tax planning board recommendation. I believe this title should be changed based on the change in the paragraph just below, okay, in saying, in determining there is a credible basis. So there should be conforming here change. Thank you.
So now we'll take that consideration back for further discussion. We did have an initial discussion at the task force level on Monday, and this section is after the determination of the credible basis. So what we want to drive across is that the consideration overall after you've done the credible basis. So that's why it's called the standback. So changing the title, we have concern that people think it's something that you do concurrently as establishment of credible basis. We have concerns that it would be misinterpreted if we change the heading as you've suggested.
Thank you. Caroline?
280.14 A2, whether you want to insert advise management, whether to advise management to make such disclosure. So that's in line with 380.14 A2 as well as 280.14 A1. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline.
Mark?
On 280.14 A1, just sort of reading it again, there's a much broader issue, not necessarily for the text of the code itself, but perhaps for your explanatory memorandum when you put it out, and that is, this begins to get very close to the whole sort of area of base erosion and profit shifting, and we talk about accounting for the same transaction in more than one jurisdiction. Do we actually need to come out and specifically use terms like base erosion and profit shifting? Because otherwise it almost reads as if we're sort of ducking the issue, whereas I think very clearly the intent of the text is to address it. So I don't know whether there's something that needs to be sort of anchored in this, or whether it's something to cover in the explanatory memorandum. But I think that would be quite an important sort of public interest thing to demonstrate, you know, has been considered and properly addressed. Thank you.
I think definitely in the explanatory memorandum, where we will start also the background for our journey, and there we will cross-reference to pillar 1, 2, 3, and all these OECD and G20 discussion. So we will take that on board.
Thank you. Sonam, do you still want to speak? No problem.
Okay, thank you. So we will continue. Circumstances of uncertainty. And then potential threats rising from performing a tax planning activity. So we have here activity and in 380 service, just for your notice. And now the factors evaluating threats. This is very close to the 380 provisions. And then on the next page, actions that might eliminate threats and safeguards.
Caroline.
Thank you. 280.17A3, the first bullet. I know this mirrors what's in 380, but in 380, in here in 280, the PAIB essentially has to make a decision. So engaging an expert, would that help to eliminate the threat? Because it still comes back to the PAIB making the decision. If the task force can give that some thought, I'm not sure that I'm right. It's just, thank you.
I understand your point, but,
Yeah.
but it depends on the opinion the external expert is giving. So perhaps we have to make some word addition that it's
Yeah.
clear that it's not automatic. So there has to be an assessment by the PAB. Thank you, Caroline. Very good. Then the safeguards. The communication. And the disagreement. No disagreement, yeah. And last, documentation. So with that, thank you very much for taking also the time, but I think it was necessary that we one time go paragraph by paragraph to give everyone the possibility to jump in. And thank you for all your very, very important comments. And we will now work on that tonight and present you an updated version. When?
When possible.
As soon as
As
possible.
soon as possible.
Thank you. The timeline here, I think everyone knows that's the usual finale. So hopefully on the 15th, we will approve the exposure draft, which will then be published end of January, beginning of February, probably. And then we will have a comment period until beginning of May, as far as I remember correctly. And then we will update you in June on the feedback and have a full review of the ED responses in September and hopefully have a final document in December next year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jens. But before closing, Begonia wants to speak. So I'm sorry, I was not seeing your badge.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, congratulations for having achieved this important project. I think this, it's not my view, it's the PIOB view that this is an extremely important project from the public interest perspective. we have already said that. Well, I said that in December. Then my colleague Sheho also repeated that when she was in September, I think, with you in Nashville. So I cannot say anything else, but this is an important, very important project, and it means a step ahead about taking the public interest into account. The only thing that we have already mentioned, and I will mention again, is that perhaps you could also be could have considered, I don't know if the task force has thought about it or not, about considering aiming the organizations to provide information about the tax arrangements in the public information in the financial statements. I know this is a more a different thing, but it's also an exercise of transparency, good governance, etc., that could be also important from the public interest perspective. I don't know if this has been a subject, it's been debated or not at the task force, but in our view, this could have been another step ahead. And another thing that we would like to see is the comments that you receive from those that you did at the very end, the outreaches you had with the tax people. If we could have access to the comments they made you about the draft, because we would like to see it. Thank you. But congratulations, and we think this has been an important project. Thanks.
Just to the reporting part you mentioned. So we had you're referring probably to GR I-207, which is a standard on sustainability reporting. So I think there's an overlap where we have this, and you see this also by regulation, which is on the reporting side, that companies, for example, in Europe have now to make a country by country reporting on the tax level. So this kind of transparency, that was our view, is more on the side of the reporting standard setters or regulators. But we have integrated this approach as a possibility, because transparency, disclosure is something we are mentioning several times. So we have taken the concept, but the question whether it is mandatory, yes or no, is not something of the ethical standards. We thought it's more about the reporting standard, but we will consider this your remarks in our task force. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jens and Begonia. And on that topic, that was more or less what I was going to say, because in some countries, the sustainability reporting already includes mandatorily the disclosure of fiscal arrangements and procedures and etc. So this is probably one of the areas where the separation, the line between ethics and reporting is not that clear, and it will most probably develop in some way on the near future. But thank you for that comment, Begonia. So on my side, Jens, if you and Carla, if you don't have anything else on your side, it is my duty to thank once again the task force, Jens, the task force, and the staff that have been working in this project. I was listening to Begonia and remembering that 1 year ago, when I was here still as an observer with Begonia, Begonia said that, oh, sorry, Hero, I'll just finish. Begonia mentioned that the PIOB was very much excited about this project, but also a little bit concerned about the timeline that we were aiming at, because it was a little bit dangerous, that they wanted to make sure that this was not too much. But the fact is that we are here today, and that's I think that we have to congratulate the task force, the staff, and the board for all the very valuable contributions provided over these 12 months to allow us to be here where we are today. And before I close, I'm sorry, Hero, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela. I have a question about the effective date. Given that the final pronouncement will be approved in December 2023, do you have any idea about when the effective date will be? Thank you.
No, more than happy to try to respond here. Again, on the assumption that everything goes according to plan, and we never know what comes back on exposure. That's the whole point of really reaching out to our stakeholders in a formal manner and really getting as much input as possible. But assuming there's a broad swath of support for the proposals, and the board is in a position to approve the document in December 23, it will need to be submitted to PIUB for consideration and approval at the subsequent PIUB meeting, which I would, I suppose, estimate would be around the sort of end of March, early April timeframe of April 24. In which case, I would venture to say most likely would have a December 25 effective date rather than December 24. Yes, so we're not dealing with audits in this case. The other consideration is more a practical issue for us, because now that we have the EIS, the electronic code on the website, we are essentially injecting new standards or changes to the code on an annual basis, and we do that on a sort of December time frame or December calendar. And therefore, the next set of revisions, therefore, would be ingested into the electronic code the following December, if indeed we want to give more time for adoption and implementation. So I would say tentatively December 25, again, subject to everything proceeding according to plan.
Thank you, Ken. Just to finish on my side, well, and after having congratulated the task force and the chair of the task force and the staff and everybody for this very well done project until now. Just adding some thoughts on my side. First, I think that we all knew that this was going to be a challenging, to say the least, project. Very delicate, with very sensitive aspects, and with some pushbacks at the start. The fact that, as Ken was saying, we come here with this level of support is an impressive achievement, and I dare saying that this is due to two different factors. One is the quality of the work that over all the time tried to always to balance the interests, the considerations, the risks, so very carefully. The second one was the extensive outreach undertaken over these 12 months, which allowed us to involve stakeholders at an earlier phase and stage of the process, and which should be a lesson for the future, because it showed that it is important to work with stakeholders from the start and not get them surprised at the end. It is important to make them understand not only the process, the project, the process, the content, etc., but and I really think that what's happened in this project slightly or gradually work with them to change the mindset and the understanding of the importance of things. This is a very significant, for me, a very significant achievement, not only because we have a proposal, but because we have a proposal that, as far as we can see, managed to get a wide support within stakeholders, namely within the profession, that started to be a bit reluctant to understand the meaning of this project and to see tending to see some risks. It is my understanding that this situation has been overcome, and this is due to what the task force, the staff, and the board did over these 12 months. So I think that we all deserve some congratulations. But I also, in addition, want to stress and highlight the importance of this project in terms of what we have been speaking about over these last months, in terms of changing culture, changing mindset, in terms of standard setting, going beyond very strict and technical shaping of the work of professional accountants. This is more than that. This is more about working the mindset, the culture, the approach, the really ethical substantive ethical approach to the work. So I think it's something that deserves being highlighted, and that we all should rejoice and be happy because we are here now in that situation. Of course, we have a long way ahead of us. The risk of this kind of projects in new areas, and we will have the same on sustainability, is that dealing with different stakeholders and in different areas, we can't anticipate what we are going to get in terms of reactions, responses, letters, etc., from the stakeholders. It can be not only in terms of number, but in terms of content, nature, etc. So there is a risk that we will have a lot of work still to do, that in other situations or projects would be different. But anyway, I think that we are, as a board, in a very good condition to face that and to respond in an appropriate and very professional way. So thank you very much to all of you for this achievement, which really deserves being highlighted. We have been quite shy with respect to this project, I would say, over these 12 months. And I'm not saying that we are going to party now, but I think that the way we have been working silently in our offices and with our stakeholders, it's also important. So thank you very much. We are early and this is running fast, so but I think that we should not take a break and we should go immediately to the next topic. Or do you have a different advice, Ken?
No, let's keep hard charging forward.
So okay, so let's move, and we can possibly have a longer break for lunch. So the next topic, Rich, is the project on technology, another big and long project and groundbreaking, taking into consideration the nature and the content of this project. Another one being brought to the end before what was initially planned. So we are really doing well. And this is the result, the fact that we could anticipate the date, fortunately, is also the result not only of a very good work, but also of the constructive approach of the board in September, which allowed us to move fast and with some certainty about what we are doing, which deserves also a special word on my side, and a special reason to be proud of our work. Rich, I don't know if you're all ready. Or
I think we're ready.
So the floor is yours for the presentation. Thank you.
So the task force is joining us at the table here. Luigi, Hero, where's Greg?
I'm here.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, he was there, and and unfortunately, James is still quarantining, and I don't see him on the screen, so I don't know if he's online or not. But and then supported by Richard Fleck as special counsel and advisor. Cam and I are going to split this, and Richard's going to help with a portion of it, but the task force members will jump in wherever appropriate. And I do appreciate the effort this task force has put in. We are here at a quarter earlier than we had originally planned, and we're happy to be here. So, and I do also want to thank the board. We used a process here where we would have materials for a meeting, and then before the next meeting, about midway, we would send out an update. The board would look at it, provide substantive comments, and that has helped us move this project along quickly. So I do appreciate the effort that board members and TAs put in to look at those interim documents as part of the process, because it's really helped move us along, speed it up. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cam.
Thank you, Rich. Just checking everyone can hear me. And just in case, So the objective of today's session is really to walk through all the markups from the October text and also give members here today an update of the Q4 outreaches and the comments we received from that, and also the comments received from the board and the October draft that was circulated. So where significant and key on the slide, you'll also see the significant comments raised and the task force thinking on them. So you'll recognize this slide. We love this slide. Just a recap. The technology project builds on the NAS project and revisions, and also the role and mindset revisions. Role and mindset already effective, and NAS coming into effect at the end of this year. And it also has taken into account the technology working groups preliminary insights throughout the process of developing the ED, and as well in these sort of final proposed revisions to be considered, also the recommendations A and B in the technology working groups phase 2 report, as well as the outreach comments that we'll walk through in a little bit. So just a reminder, in September, the board received a full analysis of the ED, significant ED comments. And also in October, we circulated a draft offline to boards for advanced comments, including a discussion, a memo on the effective date, possible effective date, and considering those comments and the Q4 outreaches, we've now come to our December draft text, and the board has also received a draft basis for conclusion as well for consideration. Okay. So in Q4, we have the task force has spoken to the CAG, the IESB Technology Consultative Group, the IFER Standards Coordination Working Group, the IOSCO Committee 1, and also the Forum of Firms. The key comments raised by CAG and also the IOSCO, there was one on just confirming that the NOCLAR provisions still continue to apply in respect of the revised confidentiality provisions. We've confirmed that yes, they indeed do continue to apply in the same fashion, and this has been elaborated in detail in the draft basis for conclusion. We also received a observation that potentially part 2 of the code, the potential changes might be challenging for SMPs and SMEs to implement, given the resource constraints. We have conducted outreach with SMEs through the technology working group, and also we have received comment letter from the SMP advisory group. So we've definitely considered their perspective in developing these final proposals. From IFER, we received some quite helpful drafting suggestions on 2 specific areas. One was in respect to complexity, and the other in respect of the privacy bulletin in confidentiality. So these have been taken up and were already reflected in the October text. And just one more comment I wanted to highlight is the IOSCO comment raised in the complexity section of whether or not being alert should be a requirement. And as you'll have seen in the October text already, being alert on managing complexity, that's already an extant requirement in the code, and we've added references to emphasize that. So the task force have also considered the latest PIOB November report, which is the feedback on the September text that was circulated. The task force recognized, I just highlight 2 key areas here, the need for the ethical framework for understanding and using technology. So as noted, the task force has addressed this in parts 1 to 3 of the code. And on the independence issues and NAS, the prohibition on hosting services, that is clearly in the paragraph in management, assuming management responsibility, and also the signposts on sale and licensing of technology creating a NAS. These two paragraphs have already been in the NAS section. So passing on to you, Rich.
Sure. So we're going to move into a section here where we're going to go through some sections of the code and provide some insight into some of the recommendations and comments and how we've responded to those since the October draft. So starting with 113, 1A1 and 2, we have made a couple changes in response to comments received on the October draft. Certainly in A1, since this is application material, we did not intend with the use of requires to make it into something that looked like a requirement. And there was an appropriate comment to suggest we use something else, another word, and we've changed that to involves. And then in A2, there was a helpful observation that we should balance the inclusion of the interpersonal communication organizational skills as not to be stick out as more important or the most important, and so that addition that says in addition to the application of any technical knowledge relevant to professional activity. And then the last change here is replace engages with interacts, largely because it was viewed that engages could be misconstrued and also mistranslated, and so that was a helpful suggestion. Move to the next slide. Let's move to the confidentiality. I'm going to comment on a couple of things that came up on R114 2D, and then Cam's going to take you through some other points. 2D is a subparagraph there that's highlighted at the top of the page. We did get some questions, comments, or clarifications about the PA's duty of confidentiality even after the information that they were keeping confidential had been publicly disclosed, whether that was proper or improper public disclosure. And there were really two comments or two questions that came up. And the first was whether that information is still confidential if it is public available. And the task force view is yes. It's based on the PA's duty of confidentiality in the public interest. The information was provided to the professional accountant confidentially. They were not necessarily the ones who disclosed it. It's still confidential, and that really fed into the second one. Well, I would note in that bullet, we use the word information instead of confidential information because once it was publicly disclosed, this no longer meets the definition of confidential information. The second was, well, okay, it's been disclosed. Does the PA still have to maintain the confidentiality? And again, the view is yes, that the PA would maintain that confidentiality until such time as their client or other appropriate authority consents or authorizes to the use. So those questions came up, and that was how the task force thought about those questions. So Cam, I guess you may want to take us through the other parts of 114.
Yeah. Thanks, Rich. So you'll see on this slide, this is the change from the October markup, the markup from the October text, and it's the revised R requirement R114.2. We received many comments that the lead-in to this requirement was a little awkward and challenging to read. So what we've done here is split it out. You'll see in the orange text at the bottom, it's been split out into two bullets, or 1 and 2, and it clearly states out what are the specific conditions that should be met if a PA deems that use or disclosure of confidential information is appropriate. One other change you'll note is that in A, bullet A over there, outside the firm or employing organization, that's been deleted, and that's really to recognize that within the firm or employing organization, also internally, there are instances where information should not be shared between individuals or departments. So on this next slide, you'll see it's essentially really editorials for consistency and clarification. So for example, the addition of duty or right, and that's really to align with the subsequent bullets that's in the extant text, not shown in this, but where there's a bullet A on examples of factors that examples of situations where you can disclose due to law or regulation, or when you have a professional right or duty to disclose. In our 11, or sorry, I should say the application material 114.2A2, the second paragraph there, you'll see that the last bullet, we've added, if different, the jurisdiction, and this is the bullet on privacy, and it was really to clarify that PA should consider both the laws and regulations where the information originates and where it's disclosed. Previously, we received a comment that as drafted, it could be perceived that they were always the same. So we just clarified that there. Oh, I should just also add, moving back to this slide, that the task force also discussed situations where information is contained in a cloud-based facility as well, and whether or not this should be included in this particular bullet point. The task force, these are examples, and really the prompt is for a PA to consider the local laws and regulations of everything, and in particular, this one is focusing on the origination and where the information is disclosed. Ultimately, the overarching provisions in the code on laws and regulations in the part 1 of the code should apply, and that's where the stricter provision exists. A PA should follow that. And on this slide here, you'll see some text highlighted in yellow. And I should point out to the board that these highlights in yellow, these have been additional changes subsequent to posting, and there's 1 or 2 other areas in the following, in some of the slides going forward, that you'll see this as well. And this is in relation to a comment received from a board member in relation to this section. The task force then held a virtual meeting last week to discuss through the comments, and really the concern that was raised was that this application material could potentially give rise to unintended consequences of additional requests for authorization that was necessary. So for example, when information is used for internal training purposes or other quality enhancement initiatives. So the task force has added a sentence really to recognize that sometimes authorization can be obtained in a more general form for such purposes, in addition to very specific uses of confidential information as outlined in the bullet points. So that was the main change to this application material about examples of information to be included in authorization to use confidential information. Okay, and so on this next slide, I'll just pass it on to Rich.
So we're going to progress through the other sections here.
Sorry, Rich. Are you going to pause to take any comments on all the changes you've been through, or you're going to go through the entire?
Happy to do that.
So thank you, Ken. Are there any comments or questions with respect to Mark?
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that's been done on this. I think it's certainly addressed sort of all of the earlier discussions that we had. I had one point still on your confidential versus not confidential information, because I think I made the point originally in the context of market sensitive information, and I wonder whether either in 114.2 or 114A2 you need an additional bullet to say if previously confidential information has been publicly made available by your client, there is no longer a need to seek consent. That was the point. The point that you no longer need to request consent to do anything because it's already been publicly released by your client itself. And I think that was just the point on the market sensitive information piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Ken.
Thank you, Gabrielle. I just, I guess my comment was more a drafting comment on R114.2. I don't know if you can just, I don't know if you have the slide, Cam. It's just the structure of the exception in that it is embedded in the prohibition, and our drafting conventions will normally put the exception on its own separate paragraph. So if you could just consider that.
May I just respond
Yes.
to both? Just, Ken, responding to your second one first. I thought I had it on. I'll bring it out. So, responding to the second point first, somebody else raised that as well. We decided last night not to make a change before this meeting, see whether anybody raised it. It's simply a question of putting a number in there and a paragraph number in there and rejigging the numbers, and that's fine. We'll do that overnight. Mark, going back to your point, this is quite a challenging concept to get one's head around, and we've debated this at length. There's a fundamental difference between something that is confidential information and information which you receive with a duty of confidence. And if the difficulty that comes with saying that if something is made public, you can then talk about it, is where do you draw the line in terms of the information that you're going to discuss? Because the fact that the profits were 33% down isn't itself the end of the discussion. The real discussion is why was it? What are you doing about it? And so forth. And the whole danger of trespassing beyond into an area where you are discussing information which has become public without having authority to discuss it fully is that you get drawn into areas which you should not be, or you do not have direct authority to discuss because that extra information hasn't been made public. So if it was simply to confirm the data, 33% down, that's one thing. But the huge danger is the comment, but the reporter turning around and saying, so they made a hash of X, did they? And whatever else it happens to be. And so the line that the task force took after a long discussion about this was that you shouldn't be discussing matters that have been given to you, information that's been given to you or you've acquired in the course of a confidential, under the duty of confidence, unless you've got authority to disclose it. And I know that's not an easy position, but that's where the task force got to on it. And I look at my colleagues, but I think we ended up with clarity on that. I do see a few heads nodding around the room, which I feel a bit better about, yeah. But it's a difficult line to express, and we will be trying to make it clear in the basis for conclusions why that is the right approach. And so I hope the combination with the basis for conclusions, Mark, will address address your concern and explain why it's out there.
Thank you very much, Richard, for this for further explaining the rationale of this proposal. I don't know if Mark is okay, but we still have Christelle.
I just wanted to subscribe to what was said, because the frontier is always then there is a judgment by the professional, and without being having total information about what really has been disclosed and to whom. So you potentially adding some information, that's what you say about the frontier, or adding people that are not the primary disclosure receptionists, right? So I think it's better to say that this is the frontier where we should not go. you need consent, and you need a clear consent, fully aware consent to go further with information that as a professional you gather, whatever the way you gather them, I think.
Thank you, Christelle. Rich, back to you.
Right, so we're going to move, and I'm going to acknowledge that a couple of these slides we're going to show you are rather minor changes, but we just want people to see what was changed. So 120.13A3, there was a suggestion for a little bit of clarity to be added with the consistency with individuals with whom and entities with which, and so we've made that change. We have some items on 206A2 that actually relate to some recommendations that came in after the posting of item 5C, and I'm going to call on Richard to discuss this briefly.
Yes, for many people, these examples of a self-interest threat are not the most obvious, do not strike or give rise to an immediate recognition that there's a self-interest threat, because it's built on the principle that is in 230.9.2. It's got the text over the top, 230.2, which provides that if you are acting, and I'm going to generalize it, improperly in a professional sense, there is an assumption of a self-interest because you're doing it because you want to earn the fees, retain the client, whatever else it happens to be. And the point has been made that in the context of technology, the first two in particular examples are not that comfortable when you're talking about a professional accountant in business, because who is that person protecting themselves against them? And they're not earning fees because obviously, like a professional accountant is, but they are presumably, for the purposes of 230.2, they're presumably trying to maintain and meet the expectations of their boss, and therefore perform a function which they don't have the right tools for. In the first one, is the absence of data, and the second one, the technology is not appropriate for the purpose. We've said that we will go away and look at this and see whether we can make these two examples work better in a more general context. And we should flag that, Rich, I think, to everybody, that we're going to come back on this, and we'll have further conversations with the people who've raised it. But it's a conundrum, because the truth is, and Ken will recall, and some of you other may recall as well, we've come up against this problem at this point in the past as to the way in which self-interest works under 230.2. And some people feel we should be looking at an intimidation threat. There are other thoughts around, but we aren't charged with changing 230.2s. So as a result, we've got to work with 230.2 and come up with a way of handling it. So Gabriella, this is just to forewarn you, this is probably, from the comments that we've received since we sent out the papers, this is probably the one point that is outstanding for the task force to try and solve. And it isn't necessarily an obvious, there's not necessarily an obvious fix. One possibility is to remove the first two bullets and rely on the third bullet, which talks about the individual not having the capability effectively to use and explain the technology, which is a general theme in the technology amendments that we've made. So it would be one that is compatible with the rest of the technology piece, if I can put it that way. But I thought it was useful just to forewarn you that this is one point which it isn't just a drafting point. We've got to slightly go back and see what we can do to make this work better.
Thank you very much, Richard. And this level of transparency about your own doubts is also very welcome. Comments and questions on this? Christelle? No. Well, I think we don't have comments, no questions. Ken, you are still
Yeah, I probably need to think a bit more about it
Yeah.
in the context of the explanation. I was just thinking, and I wasn't trying to draft on the fly, but I just thought whether providing a bit of additional context to make the illustration a little bit clearer. In the way we've done it in the tax planning document, where we've kind of tried to paint a bit of a scenario where there's pressure and what is the context of the pressure, and therefore in that context, why does the threat arise? And your first two bullets, speak to basically a fact, but what is the context of that fact is what I'm trying to see whether we can kind of bring that.
And we'll look at that. That's something that has actually come up already, but so it's not that comment is not inconsistent with the thought that's already been put to us. So we'll take that away.
Okay, I want to
Well,
stay
Yeah, Rich.
stay on that slide for a second. So there were two other things I wanted to mention about this. In the context of comments that before this last one, that Richard covered, we did get a comment that whether we should place access to an expert, I'm sorry, whether we should replace use of an expert with access to an expert. We did debate that briefly, but we felt like A, that's kind of forward looking, and B, use of the expert is, in my mind, consistent with current language elsewhere in the code, as well as it was consistent with the TWG Phase 2 report recommendation B. So we left that alone. And then the question was raised about whether you needed to have the phrase "an expert with sufficient understanding," whether you need the word "sufficient understanding" after "expert." And the conclusion we debated and came to was that it is necessary for an expert to have sufficient understanding, and so we felt it was appropriate to leave that in, and you would use that expert also, as you can see, not just to use and explain the technology, but also its appropriateness, which we added in response to comments. So if we could move to 207.A4, these changes were really to conform and align with other sections of the code. The first one, the words "add and maintain," is to be consistent and align with the concept in R113.1. And then we removed "output from" and added in its appropriateness for the purpose intended, to align with sections and other sections in 200, 220, 300, and 320 on having sufficient expertise and availability or explainability. So I think that was the basis there. Maybe I'll just pause on that point if there's any questions or comments in either of those last two slides.
Any questions?
This next one is pretty simple. We replaced, as a result of a comment, the words "factor 2" with "consideration," because that better aligns with the lead in, which we don't show here, but which includes a phrase "when a PA is considering use of the work of." And so consideration made more sense than factor. Um, 320, again, these are really just to align and conform with 227A1 and nothing else beyond that. If we could move now to 526A1, this was a change we dealt with yesterday, actually. And upon reflection, this is extant code in 526A1 that we had previously not proposed a change to, but on reflecting on what this paragraph says, and in light of the current world being digitally enabled, we thought it was appropriate to include with the purchase of goods and services or the licensing of a technology, as you can see highlighted, in the concept that it may not usually create a threat to independence of the transaction's normal course of business and arm's length. And then you were familiar with the rest of what is the extent code. So that was a change there. Comments? 527A1. So I remind you, this is that signpost statement that we have talked about before, where when we did the survey, we were all concerned with the number of people who said, "Nah, you know, I did it as a business relationship. I didn't need to think about NAS." And we really don't, none of us, I think, around the board on many meetings all agreed that that wasn't right. So we did look at this. We did delete the word "and" because it didn't seem to fit from a drafting. And actually there were several people who commented on that. We also carefully avoided the use of the word "might" here to avoid this to being something that's construed as a required aspect. But the point of this is simply, as we've left it, as you see it here, is that you want the PA to consider whether S600 provisions are relevant given the facts and circumstances. And then this is the sister paragraph to the one we just had up, where we put it in 606. This is that where you already are providing a non-assurance service, as you can see referenced in A and B. But as we reflected on this, we want it to be clear that on the B, that it's providing, selling, reselling, or licensing that result in the provision of a non-assurance service by the firm or network firm. So if you happen to pass along or resell a robotic process automation license, for example, and you're not doing anything else, you're not providing a service, a non-assurance service. And so that wouldn't put you in having to further consider the provisions of 600. So pause there. Mark? Oh, sorry, we have your own.
Thanks, Rich. Sorry, this is really quite trivial in the context of things, but I'm just going back to the changes you talked about to 526A1.
Yep.
And how it fits in. I was wondering, actually, just because you're talking now about the licensing of routine services, do we actually need to change the heading of 526A1 to buying goods or services, including providing, selling or reselling or licensing technology, and then have that just as one section that covers 526 and 527? Because you've got licensing now within 526. Thank you.
Let us, we'll take that for our meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline?
Thank you. Cam, if you can just go back to 520.6 here. So in terms of purchase of goods and services, since you're bringing in licensing of technology, it's very common that goods and services are now sold via platforms, and whether there's a need to clarify or expand that it includes purchases of goods and services through various technology platforms. Thank you.
My initial reaction is there's always been more than one way that you could buy goods and services. And I think we just looked at this to bring in the concept of licensing. Since we were updating for technology, we weren't really trying to change the overall principle of what's being talked about here, but we can think about that a little bit. Thank you. Okay, so the slide up is on the 913 A4 and A5. And these changes here were designed to bring some clarity and specificity, particularly 13A4 at the top, that it is that we're talking about examples of IT systems services that result in the assumption of a management responsibility. And that's what's reflected in the sections below. We've clarified data or records related to the underlying subject matter and to in both A and B. And then in to make it clear that the storing of the data or records of the underlying subject matter information that result in the assumption of, or subject matter information will result in the assumption of management responsibility. And then in 913A5, again, for clarity, it is this is an exception. Again, clarifying that if you're taking the data from the assurance clients in the course of an insurance engagement to enable a permissible NAS to that assurance client, that would not be considered assuming a management responsibility. And that is consistent with the section that we put in 606 that says the same thing as relates to providing a permissible non-assurance service to an audit client and holding the data for that purpose. Questions or comments on that? Okay, we're going to move to effective date. And do appreciate that there was a healthy amount of feedback. As you may recall, we presented 2 options to the board in the October draft. We got a fair amount of feedback, and in regard to that feedback, the task force is at this point proposing an effective date of December of 2024. That would be the revisions to parts 1 through 3 would be effective as of December 15th, 2024. The revisions to part 4A would be for audits and reviews for periods beginning on or after December 15th or 2024. And likewise, the section 4B, it would be assurance engagements on or after 15 December 2024 or otherwise as of 15 December. In thinking about this, we did balance, the concept. We've been kind of pushing this along in the interest of we're a fast changing environment, and we're talking about technology and wanting to get any change you make implemented as fast as possible. On the other hand, we were made aware of, and some good points, that Roll-in Mindset and NAS have gone effective or are going effective in a week and a half, and that many of the concepts we have in our standard are expanding on or building off of or clarifying points that were made there, and that there was a lot of feedback that we needed time to allow for translation, for jurisdictional specific due process around adoption, and for the various the appropriate adoption and implementation infrastructures to be in place. And so that led to a view towards 15 December 2024. Let me open this up, Gabrielle, for comment on the floor.
Sure, and this is an important point. It's not only formal. So, Chana.
Thanks, Rich, for you and the task force for everything that has been done. And thank you for taking into considerations the comment on the effective date. You have to sort of think about it from the perspective of when the final document is available, which is after the PIOB approves it in April. So from then you have to also take into account the national standard setters due process. And we are getting, I think stakeholders are getting a bit fatigued by, the constant changes. So I think that's why I sort of commented on it, that it's better to have it 2024, because then that can be aligned with the PI changes as well. So, a general comment, maybe with the various projects, we should sort of try to aim to get maybe certain blocks out at certain times, so not to overburden the jurisdictions, and then that would facilitate the adoption process.
Thank you, Chana. Caroline.
Thank you, Rich and the task force. So on effective date, I'm fully supportive of what the task force is proposing. As you heard yesterday, we do have challenges with ETGA, and I would hate for this to be competing with that in terms of the priorities that the national standard setters have to deal with. And as China mentioned, aligning with PI, I think it's a very good approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Does anyone have a different view about this proposal for an effective date on the 15th of December 2024? Well, Rich, I think that there is a agreement on that.
And we did get good comment on the October choices, so I know we felt pretty good that we were headed in the right direction there, I guess. All right, so next steps. We will be meeting today to address the comments that were here. We would hope to provide a turnaround draft for Friday, December 2nd for consideration by the board. Obviously, you know, if we'll ask you, and I know this is tight because it's over the weekend, but if you could get us any final drafting suggestions by the end of the day, Monday, December 5th. Okay, end of the day. Okay. And then we would hope to vote for an approval for issuance on December 7th at the virtual session. Okay. And that's it. Questions, comments, other observations?
Any questions or comments? Well, this seems, this is not, but it seems easy.
No. I do think that the board's responsiveness, not just to the drafts that were presented at the meetings, but the comments, the drafts presented in between, really helped us move this project along. So I thank the board and their TAs for being so responsive.
And I thank the task force and the chair of the task force and the staff helping this bringing us here once again earlier than initially foreseen, which is amazing with the resources that we have and those that we don't have. So it means a lot for this board as well. And if it wasn't so, probably the effective date would not be 24, but later on. So congratulations. But I will reserve my final words for the moment of the voting that I hope goes so smooth as this conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rich and Richard, for your special collaboration that I know it's been very valuable and important. Special thank you. Yeah, and I think that for this morning we are ready. Oh, sorry, Begoña. I'm so sorry, Begoña.
No problem. Just to say that from our perspective, from the PIOB perspective, there is, I mean, everything has gone smooth, so there is no need for re-exposure of the standard at all. So we think that has been done properly, and only if you are still in the process of rewriting, the more you consider the qualitative characteristics of the PIF, the public interest framework, the better. If you have to add some changes in the wording, keep that in mind. But we don't have anything to say. And also, we think that the plan effective date that you have proposing the 15th of December fits perfectly with the process and with our obligation to produce the approval in 24. So okay. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begoña. Thank you very much to all of you. And we will stop now and restart at the same time that it was.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion, Gabriela, that we have an early lunch and allow extra time to everyone. Yeah. And we'll finish the day very likely earlier than scheduled. And I think everybody will appreciate that. And I know that there are some task forces that are meeting after the board meeting today, so they will use the time.
So in that case, we'll be back at 1:20. Sorry, 1:50. Is it?
That's correct.
Am I right?
Schedule on the agenda at 1:50.
1:50 p.m. Yeah. So thank you. So welcome back. I hope that you had you were able to profit from this longer lunch slot. Brian, thank you for joining in not that easy conditions. We know that you have just arrived to the hotel, but thank you for joining. The next topic in our agenda is the technology project, but related with the strategy and work plan. What we have to do and to consider now is are the remaining issues and the final technology-related revisions and related conforming amendments to the code coming from the phase 2 of the technology report. So we are invited to reflect after the presentation that was made in Nashville by Brian, but that did not provide us with the opportunity to for a deep dive into each one of the recommendations that have not been already taken for consideration. What to do with these recommendations, what to do with these conclusions. Ken and Jeff will kindly guide us and Brian through these recommendations. But before that, I'd just like to share one thought from my side, which is it is important that once these recommendations have been made or this conclusion, the working group has come to these conclusions, it is important that we do not leave them unattended. Because they would be there all the time like ghosts threatening to pop up at any time, but also because this is a matter of accountability. If we have a report that comes up with conclusions and recommendations, it is our duty and we are accountable for discussing and deciding what to do with them, even if the decision is to do nothing, no action. But we have to discuss, we have to bring reasons to the table, and this in a very egoistic perspective, I have to be able to respond to anyone that asks, what have you done with those recommendations? And if the answer is nothing, I have to have the reasoning and the grounds to explain why. So I think this is a matter of good governance and good process, and that should be applicable to everything that we do. If there is something on the table, if there is a problem, a question, a risk, a recommendation, let's discuss, let's close the topic and not think about that anymore if it is not the case to take any action. And with this, Ken, I would kindly ask you to guide us through these recommendations.
Yeah, thank you, Gabrielle. And I think you've provided much of the context, in fact, and I don't know if Cam, I think we had a couple of slides or not, I'm not sure, but oh, I see, okay. Yeah, I don't think we have, we just have a couple of slides. I think, Gabriel, as I was mentioning, you have provided much of the context. So we had this session in Nashville when Brian's working group presented the final report and recommendations coming out of the second phase of the technology fact-finding. It was a very substantial report with a series of recommendations, 10 of them that were put on the table. And after some discussion of the findings, the themes, etc., that Brian very diligently walked the board through, the working group came back towards the end of the meeting, as you will recall, with a summary of the recommendations, mostly focusing on those recommendations that have implications for the code in terms of potential revisions, etc. And that was a very useful exercise for the working group to come back to the board with, because then it helped sharpen minds and helped sharpen the focus on really what the board would need to think about in terms of those recommendations. Not so much in terms of the board already endeavoring to reach conclusions with regard to those recommendations, but really what it was kind of looking down this sort of tunnel and potentially having to think about in terms of the way forward. So that was a very useful discussion in Nashville. But yes, as you say, Gabriela, it is very worthwhile for the board to have that opportunity to look at the recommendations in the cold light of day, as it were. And in fact, we had that discussion in the plan committee, and the question was raised. Yes, I mean, did the board really have had a chance to go through each recommendation and look at each one of them in the sort of cold light of day, and ask itself any question? Does anyone have any need for clarification, for example, or or are there any questions that have been raised by the working group that anyone believes perhaps might not be significant or raising any sort of issues of a strategic nature. So this is really the time for the board to go through for each of those recommendations with code impact, and just raise any questions, comments. Indeed, if you have a need for clarification, I mean, Brian is here, and it is also fair to say the technology task force also had a chance to go through the series of recommendations and look at them from the perspective of making sure that those recommendations have direct impact on the revisions that were in process, had indeed been taken up. And for those recommendations that are outside the scope of the technology project, then clearly those would be for the board's consideration. So that's a bit of the introduction I wanted to give the board. Gabriela, maybe I'll turn to Brian and then Rich to just see whether they have anything to share or add at this point. Brian?
Sure, thanks, Ken and Gabriela. I thought that was an excellent introduction to where we're at. Yeah, I mean, obviously the DWG was happy. I think it's fair to say that the recommendations were sort of accepted as a bulk group, and that we would kind of move ahead on the basis of the recommendations being accepted in terms of for the board to consider doing something with each of the recommendations. And I think that's really what you're talking about in terms of where we left off and moved on. Since then, the thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is that the TWG and the TTF have a sort of a joint report back in terms of really where the technology initiative is at this point, and looking at each of the recommendations. And then TWG has sort of indicated, again, a bit of a summary of what the recommendation is, and then what what some of the basis is for the items, or where some of the changes might be considered. And then TTF has made some commentary for certain recommendations with respect, obviously, to the ones, again, that are within their scope, and then indicating the ones that they believe are not in their scope. And so we did go through that process. So obviously that's been circulated to the board as well. So I think that's, again, important background for this section. From my perspective, Cam, if we can move ahead one slide, because I think that's going to be the slide that we probably want on the screen for the discussion portion anyway. This is just that summary of each of the recommendations that, again, have code impact, and then what the suggested disposition is from TWG in that area. And I mean, again, I think TWG is happy that several of the recommendations have either been done, if I can be so bold. I was not able to attend the TTF presentation just now, but recommendations A and B, obviously, TTF had taken on board and made changes that would address A and B. And then as we sort of go down the list there, reliance on or use of experts was one of the recommendations that flowed out. And we can see that there's a new task force that's being constituted for exactly that purpose, which I think is great. Pressure on PAs, and I'm just going to touch on these really quickly and then move off stage here, so to speak. But pressure on PAs, we really think that that's something that is really relatively minor in terms of the grand scheme of things, and does not constitute having its own project, but rather there are at least a couple of projects at the moment that are open and where pressure on PAs could find a home. It's literally a few words, and then pressure would then go forward as being something that the board could consider in projects as it goes forward, if it made sense to put an example in the sections that are being worked on. But it really doesn't feel like something that we need a massive examples that are put forward right away. If we think of the projects that are open right now, it shouldn't be that difficult to put one or two examples in as desired, and really just make a change to the code and the conceptual framework along the lines of what we had mentioned in the report, or however that was decided. And obviously that would be a task force decision, but it doesn't seem like it constitutes its own project. And then we've got communication with those charged with governance and also business relationships, which are both strong topics that came out in the strategic survey. So they seem like they've got a bit of a life of their own as well, which would then leave us with some discussion, I think, perhaps around data governance and that custody of data issue, which is something that we heard. Obviously, it wouldn't be a recommendation otherwise, but from stakeholders to really think about the code implications of the greater sense of custody of data. Some components or some aspects of that, as we talked about in September, have already been picked up on the technology side by the TTF around confidentiality and working with data and what can you do and so on. But it is actually sort of a bigger picture issue of how professional accounts interact with the different data and some thoughts around sort of quality control issues and distribution and storage and whatnot that stakeholders were bringing up. And this now I'll share. So that's kind of the TWG view, I think is fair to say, because we have had some discussions around those components, but I'll give you my personal view on that last one, because it's probably the most, it's the, or I'll say it this way, it's the least that's connected to the existing strategic survey or existing projects that are going on right now, or the ones that are sort of imminently contemplated. Because of the extent of work that's been done in this area in the code, if something were to drop off, in the personal opinion again, I could personally see that one dropping sort of down into a lower priority. I know it's already long-term, but when I think about all of the strategic aspects that we're looking at for 2024, 2027, and even before that, there's a lot on there. And for me, this would kind of take a bit of a backseat because there's a fair amount of work that could be done in this area through non-authoritative guidance and other types of work, and then tying that back to the code, and then perhaps revisiting that situation in the next go around. I would say though, and I think this is true for all of the ones where the TWG recommendation is suggested, disposition of the recommendation is consultation paper, is that we should be mindful of the fact that we are not right at the moment finalizing our strategic work plan, but rather that we are going back to stakeholders to ask them about priorities and some of the projects we have in mind. So my thought is, it's not necessarily the right time to kill an idea at the moment, but rather to get perhaps some more stakeholder input, because we're doing that anyway. We're not going out to market specifically for something, we're doing that anyway. So it seems like we could ask stakeholders about this in the greater context of the other strategic projects that we have in mind. And then if one or more of these end up dropping off the table, then it's fully evidence-based and we're being responsive to stakeholder views. But I'm going to stop talking at this point, and Pat, I think you wanted to pass back to Rich, so onward.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Rich?
Yeah, I think Brian has largely covered it. I mean, that in the September meeting, we worked to make sure we cleared A and B. I think on C, the aspect that relates to the ban on hosting addresses kind of just makes moot the issues as it relates to when it's an audit client, whether there are the ethics issues, that might exist there need to be part of the discussion as to where they sit in the priority for a future action. And I think that's, I think we all think as we look at the other ones, and I'm going to speak for myself, the other task force members, I think we all believe that the experts thing needs to be addressed on a broad basis, not just because of sustainability, but it seems to come up regularly, came up with engagement team group audit, and it's come up in this context. So the other ones, I think we all have to look at and understand better and decide what we think, if anything, needs to be done and in what time frame or priority. So.
Absolutely, Rich, and as you were speaking, I mean, precisely some of those items are a little bit open-ended. I mean, I fully recognize TWG has put on the table some questions for consideration, but those questions definitely merit some further analysis and talking to stakeholders, understand different perspectives to help inform us to get greater visibility as to what might be some of those considerations as we go forward. So all of this would be fair game, I guess, as part of the strategy consultation, as you say, Rich. And it behooves this board to see whether it can agree for these items to be considered as part of the SWP development. We will have a due process for that, and as we come out of that due process, depending on what we hear back from stakeholders who might bring some additional perspectives around some of these issues, we might be able to elaborate a little bit more color and so forth. And then for this board to make a final determination by next March, I would imagine. For sorry, not by next March. Next March is the issuance or the approval of the consultation paper. But by the end of next year, December 23, to make a final determination as to what ought to be the strategy commitments for 24 through 27.
Thank you very much, Ken. Ken, Rich, and Brian. I think that this is very clear, but in case anyone has any question with respect to the process and the next steps that are being suggested with respect to these recommendations, please, Mark.
Thank you. It's more a question really for Brian and Rich, and that is, I agree with the proposals that you've set out. I think they're sensible. Data governance, and in particular ESG data governance, is something that's bubbling up at home as quite a big issue, a bit more of a burning platform. Don't really know enough about it. I wonder whether it's something that the board might benefit from, I don't know, a presentation at some point, or some wider consideration, because I think your proposal is right, but it's just something where I feel I need to know a bit more, and I don't know whether that's something that could usefully be done that would help our further consideration. Thank you.
Any thoughts about this, Brian, from a perspective in terms of the work that the working group has done in this area?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's always beneficial if things are unclear to have additional, basically awareness raising of what some of the key issues are, and bringing in some of the folks who are raising this, because I think you're very correct, Mark, that it is coming up as an issue. It's very sensitive, and it's not just it's definitely not just, in fact, it's mostly a PAIB issue, I would suggest, rather than a PAPP issue, because, custody of client data was something that we had originally played with, and we ended up hearing and discussing that, no, this is actually just a generally custody of data because of the sensitivities of holding other folks' data, and how you use it, and how it gets distributed, and whatnot. And again, I totally appreciate that TTF has done great work, I think, in this area with respect to some of those, the use and the authorization issues. I will be interested in seeing what stakeholders have to say around that, and sort of how the other issues of data governance. So if you think about the paper that IFAC and CPA Canada had put together around data governance, and if we think about everything I'm hearing, including at this conference, about the future profession and the impact of data and the custody of customer and client data with respect to what PAs do, there's a general unease. And so, Mark, I hear what you're saying, and I feel what you're saying, because I agree. I don't think we have all of the information at this point as to what the exact pain points are for folks around this. So I can list some, and obviously some of them are within our paper as to what the kind of key areas that people put their finger on. But this data governance branch of what accountants are going to be tasked with seems to be a bubbling up issue, to use your words. So having some expert guidance come in and talk about that more specifically, I think that's a great idea.
Thank you, Brian. So
Yeah, thank you, Gabriela. So with that, I think we would open the floor, Gabriela, just to, I mean, we'll take the paper as read. I mean, I don't know that the paper needs an introduction after what Brian has shared already. I think we take it as read. I think to the credit of both groups, TTF and TWG, they have been engaging very intensely around those recommendations to make sure that everybody has clarity around the delineation of those recommendations vis-a-vis the revisions coming out of the project. So I think there's a sort of agreement as to where we are situated relative to each recommendation. But again, this is an open board discussion, so this is now the time if anybody has any questions, concerns, or any other comments in the context of the work that we're going to be doing in the development of the strategy and work plan consultation paper.
Yes, Rich, please.
Yeah, so it's not just these, but as we look at the SWP in total, there's good basis for what's in the TWG report. But what are we going to do to educate the board for us to decide what would be the extent of a project on pressure on PAs? And is it going to meaningfully deal with the public interest situation that's a higher priority or lower priority than other things we're dealing with? I think like Mark's example on data governance and Brian's comments are spot on. We need to know more before we start even deciding whether we have a strategic work plan project for the ethics piece, because we need to understand what constitutes the ethics issues around data, both for PAs and while we eliminated it for professional practice PAs and PAIBs, I'm sorry, and for PAPPs, while we eliminated it from an independence when it's your audit client, that doesn't mean a professional accountant in public practice might not have data governance issues and ethics issues for other services they provide to non-independence restricted accounts. But like, I think and some, not just, as I said, not just these, but some of the other things that are on the draft list, do we have a process to get a little deeper and more granular so the board can make a decision whether they think it should be in the consultation process or on our agenda? Or do we have a bucket that we put in the SWP that says, look, these are other areas that we're exploring more on, right? Some of them I know we were much farther along on, like the experts one and some of the others. But I think that's something in my mind as we look at the SWP overall, we have to kind of ask ourselves, particularly, unfortunately, because of the prioritization issue. I mean, there is a resource constraint and there are certain matters we need to get to faster than others. Thanks.
And I would say, Richard, all of these are very, very fair comments, and absolutely the board will have to bring out the scales and do a bit of the weighing of the importance of the issues that are being raised relative to each item that is under consideration. There are some topics, as you mentioned, experts is one, for example, or even sustainability. We know clearly what the issues are in the public interest in those contexts. And the board then has an easier task in terms of the prioritization. Relative to the other items, for example, data governance, as you mentioned, or even business relationships, those work streams, I would call them work streams. They are not projects at all at this point. Those work streams might merit some time for the board to sort of bottom up the issues and come to the right point in the process. Now, whether we get to that bottoming out by next December is a bit of an open question. I think there's only so much that we can do if we don't actually formally launch a work stream to look into the issues and to delve a bit deeper into the analysis, etc. But that's all fair game because that's all part of how we put together the strategy and work plan. The SWP is not all about committed projects. There are certain broader areas of exploration, indeed, as we had with technology. When we started looking at the technology, we absolutely had no idea that the changes were needed to the code. We needed to do the appropriate research and the consultation with stakeholders, etc. So that's a bit of a process. And in that context, I would say some of those items that are a bit of the longer term priority, issues that are indicated on the slide, I would say these could perhaps be of a lesser priority in the whole scheme of things. If you were to stack them against sustainability, use of experts, and anything else that's the board has committed to, including some of the post-implementation reviews that are equally important. Right. So again, it's a question of the balancing and the weighing that the board will need to do when we come to next December.
But this is also what on which we will consult the stakeholders, so they will have something to tell us about, not only about the content and the issues of each one of these topics as Rich is requiring, but also about priorities. Yeah. So later this year, we will be in a better position to say this and that out, and this and that in, and with each priority. But that's exactly the process that we need to go through to get there.
Right? Thanks, Gabriela. Thanks, Rich and Brian, for your work on this. From the remaining 4 that is left over, to my mind, I think data governance is probably a higher priority than the others. I don't know to what extent you have heard in the last 3-4 months, there's been high-profile data breaches in Australia. The second biggest telecommunication company, Optus, had a data breach. Then Medibank, which has a lot of medical information, had a data breach. So this is getting attention even from the federal government, where the federal government said, because now your primary ID is the driving license, and that information has got out. So the federal government has said that people need to go and get a new license, and those costs the companies will have to pay. So to my mind, I think that is probably a bit higher than the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Chana. And this is the kind of input that we will probably get from our stakeholders, this or any others. Oh, Brian.
Thanks very much. Just on some of these points. So first off, I agree with Chana in terms of this being a hot topic, which I think I sort of already did before. But the question for me, I guess, in terms of prioritization, and again, this is just my view, is it comes down to the extent to which some of the issues around data governance that we're seeing and hearing about are already codified, and whether this is a matter of should there be non-authoritative guidance to really point people to where in the code these things are happening. I mean, when there's data breaches and so on, we have parts of the code that will address this. They don't specifically speak to data breaches, but I don't know that we would want to go there, and that's probably a bigger question and a bigger discussion anyways. But I agree with what you're saying, and I think that's why it's still important to me to move the items forward through the consultation process, recognizing that we still have numerous off-ramps before any sort of code change were to happen, right? I mean, right at the moment, we're just dreaming about, is this even worth doing some more work in, like constituting a working group potentially sometime down the road. And then what they come up with is, again, going to be, are there any code recommendations that should come out of this? And the board still has numerous off-ramps, I guess. So I feel like we're still pretty early in the process to be worrying about whether something should be nipped off at this stage or not, unless, which it didn't sound like in September, people thought, well, this is just completely ridiculous, this recommendation that you've come up with, and it shouldn't be there. So that's one point. I had a significant discussion with Jeff around the drafting of the SWP in between the two board meetings here. And so there is draft language around each of these items. And and I think it'd be helpful at some point, obviously, for the board to take a look at that, because one of the discussions that's happened since that is how these things are framed. And Rich, I think this is also to your point, is important. So how these things are framed in terms of the board is going to, do this project is very different from here are some other topics and so on that came up through the following manner. And here's some of the stakeholder input, et cetera, that was received. How important do you think this is in the context of all of the other items? Because again, in September, when TWG came up with the recommendations, we were very explicit. This is relative to the other recommendations we have and not relative to everything that IESBA is considering and somehow also has to resource. So there are clearly constraints we need to think about, but we should be asking stakeholders. And Chen, I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of that one being a higher priority. And we did hear that as a bit of a higher priority, but I have difficulty wrapping my head around exactly what some of the specific ethics code issues are. I get what the ethics issues are, but it looks like more work could be done there. And some of this is stealing the thunder out of the next portion of our discussion, which is that 4-pillar approach for the TWG, because bringing in and arranging an expert to provide some board education around particular technology issues, if data governance is one of those, which we've heard some indication of that, that would be a part of that. There's also, of course, the possibility with one of the other pillars for the board to task TWG not to preemptively continue with that group, but that's what the recommendation is. But to task that group with, tell us more about this data governance thing. We've read the paper, give us some more information, maybe be a little bit more specific with that. And maybe there's a short, 5-page paper or something like that, something digestible that the board can really sink its teeth into on this sort of issue. So I think there are different ways that we can go forward with this, and we just need to be a bit creative and recognize where we are in the overall process of whether these are a big deal or not that big of a deal. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Rich.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good points that Brian makes, and I'm going to add to that. And Chenna, I'm going to maybe pick on your example a little bit. I think we have to think about this as this is a code for professional accountants, and we're talking about the ethics section, right? So if I think about professional accountants in business, they might, whatever we put in place, they might totally comply with that from an ethics perspective, have good data governance. And while the breaches is what's getting the attention, that will have nothing to do with preventing breaches, because that's run by the IT function and whether they have an effective cyber defense, cyber security. And so I think we need to be, that doesn't mean we shouldn't look at the ethics issues, but we need to be careful about how we couch this as we talk to stakeholders, because Channa's example is the reason why it should be elevated, but we're not going to fix that problem of the hacking and the breaches through the code. And I think that's true as we look at some of the other projects. Some of the reasons they may be high on the list are very good reasons that people are concerned about them, but is our efforts on the code necessarily going to solve that issue? And I think that's what we need to think about a little bit as we think about some of these projects that are new for us in terms of the ground they're covering. And that's why I like Brian's point about let's get educated on what we want to do here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Sadia.
Thank you. I think we should also appreciate how much this board has already done about technology. The SWP we're talking about is 2024, and the amendments that we just discussed wouldn't have become effective when that would have started. I'm just cognizant that we limited resources, and we're going to put a technology project again on a radar that we haven't yet seen the effect of this technology being properly implemented. But having said that, it's pleasing to see that a lot of the time priorities in the longer term. But I also noted that some of these projects, as has already been mentioned, is more than just technology. And maybe that's a way that we can strategically look at it every time we have a project, to see if there's a technology item that needs to be added or asked and answered in that. So experts, for example, pressures on PA, how does technology affect that? But there's other things that affect pressure. I was also trying to recall what the survey said, because we already had results on potential new projects and whether one of these items already stands out. And maybe that's the one that is the low-lying fruit that we actually prioritize. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia. Janssen, sorry, and Gailan.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the conversation and the focus on this. And I do agree with Rich. You're not going to be able to solve everything. I was just looking at this data governance, these digital wallets and digital currency. I mean, it seems like the access to that is all data governance and the problems that are happening right now. So I'd really be interested, Brian, in your thoughts on what's currently in the news with FTX. Does that get into what you're thinking on data governance? Is that included in there? Is that part of the, I mean, is that part and parcel of it, or is that something different? And is there an ethics aspect to it? Because it seems like there's a lot of ethical issues involved with FTX and digital currency.
Any reaction? Well,
You've dropped a bomb.
Yeah.
No.
Probably we get we keep the question, but I don't know if Brian wants to react or provide any answer.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm happy to react. Cryptocurrency and sort of the use of cryptocurrency is something that the TWG discussed. I mean, it's even, that goes back even to the phase 1 report where we were thinking about cryptocurrency. And the use of that per se was not something that troubled us from a codification perspective. It's not to say that necessarily it doesn't trouble us for other reasons, but I mean, the FTX thing to me comes down to, yeah, absolutely, there's ethics issues that are involved there, right? But we need to think about the ethics issues in the context of professional ethics for professional accountants and how those folks were involved, implicated, or might have been, or might have safeguarded that situation in some way. It's not clear to me how that fits. I mean, there's other than what's already in the code in terms of, you know, there needs to be control environments and so on. There needs to be oversight, and there has to be integrity, and there has to be sufficient professional competence to understand cryptocurrencies, how they work, et cetera. And you need to keep things confidential, right? And not, you know, well, especially now what we're trying to do, right, with the code is to be more proactive about how we keep things confidential and are charging PAs with doing that, which I think is the right direction. So I know we had you raised the issue of cryptocurrency and wallets and someone having access to, you know, a PA having access to their client or someone else's cryptocurrency password. And I sort of think, how is that not covered already by the code? And I'm not sure if there's other issues that you've been seeing in that FTX space that are specific things that you go, you know what, here's what happened. Where is that in the code? Because that's a sort of feedback that I think would be really helpful. But I haven't seen that, honestly, Galen, so I'm not sure.
Thank you, Brian. Any other comments? Jeff?
Just very quickly, just want to address one of Sadia's point about whether there's already something in the survey that we have identified as a potential topic that is in one of these. I would say the only thing would be under business relationships. That was already one of the topics, and it was certainly highlighted by some of the regulators, something that we might want to continue to pursue as part of the consultation paper. So I think if we were going to include any of these we would certainly for the business relationships, we would include that into that potential topic.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, so Gabriela, I guess not seeing any additional cards coming up. I think we take the discussion back to the planning committee for further reflection with the recommendations on the slide, and we'll endeavor as far as possible to be as clear as we can as to the nature of the issues or questions that are on the table relative to each of these items, and solicit stakeholders' input as to whether they have any additional perspectives to share in relation to those items. Number one, and number two, whether they would have any suggestions as to prioritization as we go forward. Thank you.
I should know that it's a technology session. Just to add, I suppose, as part of the discussion, as this goes out to consultation and whatever items that are, we might include in the consultation and get feedback from stakeholders, that doesn't stop us, of course, to continue to inform ourselves as we have opportunities in Q1 and Q2 next year. So they're not mutually exclusive. So I think we can, take all the possibilities and opportunities we can to, allow the board to inform themselves through different means, whether it's through the stakeholders from the CP or presentations or, additional papers that we can do next year as we have the resource. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Begonia, anything to add here? As the PIOB has made some comments in this respect, but I think that this goes exactly in the direction suggested by the PIOB, that the recommendations or the conclusions of the working group should be taken into consideration in further actions and activities. So I think this responds to your.
Our only concern is that perhaps there are many activities that you want to deal with, and then you will have to establish some priorities in order to be able to cover all of them, but we don't have any specific idea about how to manage them, but all of them look good. Thank you.
Sure. This is exactly what we aim to do in this next phase. So I can assume that the board is comfortable with addressing these recommendations further. And this should be done by the means of a consideration by the planning committee, by, as Jeff mentioned, gathering additional information and submitting these recommendations to consultation to our stakeholders together with the strategy and work plan, or with in the strategy and work plan consultation paper with, if possible, a bit more information and beefing up these recommendations so that we can understand a bit more about them.
Yeah, and I might suggest more for Brian and the TWG as we go forward. If there is any way for the TEG, the experts group, to help better inform the board on some of those items, I think that would be very welcome. I mean, if you have any additional or very specific perspectives they can bring to the table, I think that would be useful.
Right. Sorry. Brian? Yeah. Brian, do you want to say something?
Oh, no, I was just agreeing with Ken. That was a thumbs up, whichever thumb it was that was up. But yes, no, I agree. TG is a great source for that.
Okay, Galen.
Just thinking about Brian's response to my earlier comments on crypto. I mean, it seems like in the data governance area, I liked your response. I mean, I do agree with you. I mean, when you really think about it, the code really covers that. So I wonder whether that should be on the list. I really wonder whether that needs to be there.
Yeah, and a quick reaction, Galen. I think that I guess it's important for the board to recognize that not everything that goes in the SWP is a project that's going to end up with changes to the code. The board can commit to a work stream that ends up with an output that doesn't result in changes or revisions to the code or new standards, right? The board may decide to commission non-authoritative material because it believes the issue is sufficiently important, but the code already deals with it through standards, but it's important to give it sufficient visibility because again, it's a profile of it, it's its impact, its pervasiveness, et cetera, So all of this is really for the board to consider in terms of, again, what is the best way to deal with the particular matter at hand in the context of what we're hearing and how we're prioritizing, et cetera.
Okay, thank you very much for this discussion. And I think it's all is clear now for everybody and that we can move forward with this, with the proposal. So we should have a break, but I don't think that we need a break 45 minutes after having started. So I would, but yeah, Ken, you are the guardian of the time.
I was going to suggest we could, this is a nice segue into the next session, which I don't think is going to take too long, but I mean, looking around the table, I mean, we had a fairly long lunch, so I don't know if people want another break. Otherwise, we can try to be finished as soon as we can so that if others can carry on with the rest of the business on their agendas.
Okay, we take silence as an agreement, and so we can move forward to the next topic. And the next topic is not that far from this one because it's about the update of the technology working group activities and the way forward for this working group. So I'd kindly ask Brian to update us on the activities and share your vision about the future of the working group.
Thanks very much for that. Yeah, and thank you kindly, Cam. Perfect. We can probably move on even to the next slide, I think. Okay, so the objective, as Gabriella really already laid out, is the fact that we presented in September that 4-pillar approach of the potential way forward for the TWG. It's really a question for Gabriella to answer, I guess, right, which is what our process is, but for the board to weigh in on. And so that's why we were looking for, because that was definitely not something that we talked about in September. In terms of our 4 pillars. So we laid them on the table and then we sort of said, let's defer that until we see everything else that's going on and sort of where the situation is. And so that's the ask. And other than just an update, so I'll give you an update here on this slide. The tech revisions are obviously anticipated for approval during this session. At that point, once the revisions are approved, then the TTF, the task force portion of the technology initiative, would cease to exist, right? Because they will have fulfilled their obligations under their terms of reference, and then the situation would sort of stop for that group. For the TWG, the phase 2 report obviously was released that talked about the remaining technologies, at least at this point in the world, that we looked at and that we talked to stakeholders about, and that's obviously where those recommendations came from. And so that component of our really bulk, and Sadia, to what you were saying earlier, we've been looking at technology, right, since 2018. So there's been a lot of work on a lot of different technologies with a huge amount of outreach and even more desk research that took place during that period, which culminated in 2 reports, the phase 1 report and now the phase 2 report. So as you know from the September slides and the 4 pillars, there would be a thought that certainly we would not recommend continuing at the same pace on technology. Not only because there are other burning priorities like sustainability, obviously, and others, but also just because we really feel that the insights that we're receiving from different stakeholders around the impact of disruptive and innovative transformative technologies on ethical decision-making of PAs it feels fairly exhausted at this stage. There are relatively new or little new things that come up to our attention. There still are some new things, and so it's important not to completely lose sight. And I guess that's really where our recommendation would be, let's not lose this entirely, because the world is still changing quite rapidly in this area, and it probably wouldn't be appropriate for the IESBA just to say, okay, we're done with technology. Let's take a look again in 10 years and maybe have another technology task force or working group and task force or what have you at that point. But rather to think about kind of having it on the back burner, slow burner, whatever metaphor that you want to use, but a reduced effort, but still maintaining some effort in terms of taking a look at what's happening in technology, at least for the coming year, and then to revisit that at the end of next year. With respect to the non-authoritative side, so that was the fact-finding side. The other branch that we had was non-authoritative. We have released the items that are really that we had committed to, with the exception of, as you can see within the appendix to the agenda paper, a couple of things that are still outstanding. One is the Australian APESB joint work on independence. That is something that we are looking to get wrapped up here really quite soon. There was a bit of a speed bump, if you will, around aligning what's happening in the TWG's cases that had been put together by APESB and the sort of the resolution of those cases through the code with what was happening in the NAS FAQs. So to make sure, of course, that we're not mismessaging things between either of those documents. So there's an alignment process that's been taking place. That's something that Deanne was working on. And so obviously there are other factors have come into play at this stage, but we're really looking to get that wrapped up pretty quickly here. Also, these additional exploring the code technology components. So there is another product that I think is imminently going to be released, had the potential of being released this week. I haven't got the latest and greatest updates, so Cam might be able to update us on where that's at. But that's the situation with that. And that would then wrap up the committed portion of what the TWG was tasked with. But as we've seen in the strategic survey and some of the other discussions with outreach folks, there is still, not just still, there's an increasing call for non-authoritative materials and education materials and a sort of awareness raising products around the technology sphere, among other things. And so there seems again to be a bit of it would be useful, I guess, would be our thought, to have the technology expertise again, not sort of just blown into the wind and try to hunt people down, but rather to keep that a little bit aligned, particularly because there's the conduit between TWG and the tech experts group that we just established earlier this year. And so those folks are committed, in fact, to the point where they're asking us at this stage already, when is our next meeting? And right now we're in that limbo period of not being clear about when or how to do that. Assuming that we go forward, the recommendation there is, and we can probably start moving through to the pillar slides, but the recommendation there would be that it would be a slimmed down TWG. The TEG would continue to interface with that group, and that we would have 2 sort of report backs to the board per year that would probably include the educational kind of content and also whatever feedback that we receive from the TEG as far as what's happening in the technology space as it interfaces with ethical decision-making for PAs. And that's kind of where we would go with that. So I know we've got the 4 pillars that are laid out here on the slides. I think people have, I hope anyways, that people already have the slides. If not, these were also in the September deck and they were also in the agenda paper. So there's nothing new that's being presented. But in the interest of time, maybe we'll just flip to the summary slide at the back of the deck, which I think just lays everything out in a easy to discuss and point at kind of format. But this is what I was just talking about in terms of where we're at And I provided, I guess, in the last session, a couple of examples of, again, some of what the TWG would do. So Gabriella, I'm really almost looking to you at this stage for how you want the board to interact with this, because obviously this is a resourcing issue and a composition issue that is actively on your mind in terms of how to move this forward. But that to the extent that this is the summary of the recommendations from the TWG at the conclusion of phase 2 of the initiative.
Thank you very much, Brian. I think this is the proposal is very clear. Of course, we should listen to the board with respect to what is being suggested as a way forward, and come to some conclusions about the mandate of this, the future mandate of the group, and also its composition. But that should be, I would say, addressed together with the work that we will be doing on the next few days to recompose and reanalyze the composition of task forces, working groups, etc. But of course, for that, the input of this board with respect to this proposal, the room that this working group and its work will occupy in the next times is important. So I would open here the floor to listen to the board with respect to what's being suggested. Luigi.
And thank you, Brian. I think that the working group did a very great job in, let's say, informing the board and helping the board in being updated and receiving updated information relevant for the decision. And I think that should remain relevant. I have a concern with respect to a potential, at least, overlap with the emerging issue group, basically, because basically we are speaking about examining trends, informing the board about upcoming issues in the technology space, which seems to me very close to, maybe on different subjects, but very close to what the emerging issue group is supposed to do or is doing. And therefore, I wonder whether we should have two groups performing basically the same work on different subjects, or it is better to think about some synergies. I don't know whether with the same group or in a different form, but basically some of the purposes you are proposing seems to me very, very close to the other one. And therefore, we could probably consider an additional scenario or a merge of the scenario you are proposing, whereby these two groups work together or are mixed, or let's say there are some form of cooperation just to avoid duplications, because the end state could be that we are, let's say, the two groups work on the same subject, or let's say they work on a partial way, and the sum could be less than, say, the expected result, basically. So I would recommend to consider this additional option, and I also would recommend not to reduce too much the number of participants. Probably it is a matter of defining the right capacity and the right volume of activity, but I would try to keep the diversity within the group in order to make sure that the proper contribution is delivered by this diverse component. And then probably another thing that it is to be defined is what would be the impact of this group. Because on one side, we could have a group like the emerging issue working group that are proposing, informing the board of emerging issues, and then it is the board to decide how to deal with that. On the other side, there could be a potential outcome whereby outcomes are required to be included into action plan with more mandatory approach. I would prefer the first approach, not the second one. But let's say this is also something that should be defined upfront in order to avoid any misunderstanding later in the process.
Thank you very much for these very good comments, Luigi. I think that they are helpful to reflect on what to do with this with the follow-up of this group. Any other comments? And I really incentivize the board members to provide any thoughts, because it's useful for us as we all have to make some decisions, or at least come up with some proposal on the next few days. So listening to you now, it's important. Well, okay.
Well, and I was just kind of reflecting a bit on Luigi's comments, and yes, I can appreciate there potentially could be some overlap, a degree of overlap between the work that the lighter TWG would do and what the EIUC would be doing in terms of doing the environmental scan and identifying what might be some potential emerging issues or developments. That said, I do see merit in keeping technology in a bit of its own swim lane, because the EIUC has quite a broad mandate, in fact, and issues like FTX, for example, or developments like FTX would be the sort of issues that would be good for a group like EIUC to spend some time discussing and analyzing and coming to the board with some thoughts and reflections. Whereas for technology, again, technology is a very wide, a very broad field, and a concern that we might face is, do we run the risk of having one group being spread a bit too thin, looking at basically everything that is coming up? So as I say, I do see merit in keeping TWG in its own sort of lane. But as Brian says, not that at the same level of intensity as we have had TWG doing the work over the past 18 months or so. But otherwise, the pillars that the TWG is effectively proposing to the board sound to me reasonable proposals. And clearly the board will have to think carefully about any sort of recommendations that might come forward from TWG, but that's fair game. I mean, the board will do the proper consideration in due course, right? But otherwise, all of these seem to be useful activities, I would say, that would be of benefit to the board in the overall scheme of things.
Thank you, Ken. I don't know if there are any other comments, but I think that we'll have to reflect a little bit more on this, both because I think that you are right saying that there is merit in keeping the working group separated and doing its own job. But I also see that there could be synergy, so we should probably think about ways of coordinating or bringing some I don't know. I think it's something to reflect upon, to make sure that we take the best and the most from each of the groups, but without carrying the risk of overlapping or redundancy or whatever. Vanya, as chair of the EIOC, any reaction from your side?
I just think, and Krista was just suggesting that we bring that back to IOC in order to monitor. And the fact is that technology is something that Sadia said, when it comes to fruition in 2024, we will have another topics to deal, because it's an ongoing topic. The moment we are here, new technologies are emerging somewhere. What we need to do is to be aware of the potential impact in terms of ethical fundamentals that we should be looking at. And of course, we will be interacting with Brian or whatever solution the board brings in order to be following that.
Thank you, Vanya. Mark.
Just to illustrate a point, I think sort of technology continues to be a very fast-moving area. And just in the short time we've been having this discussion, there's an announcement coming out that the PCAOB has set up a technology innovation group to look at the implications of technology on its regulated sector and what it means. And the thing is, sometimes we sort of look around and think, well, how are we going to deploy these resources and what are we going to do? And then 2 minutes later, a whole raft of initiatives come that merit a response. And I think, you know, Galen raised the question around crypto. Well, crypto, my bet, will either end up being completely unregulated or very closely regulated. There will be no midpoint. But that will bring with it questions that need some capacity to be able to resolve and answer. So I suppose, whilst to sort of agreeing with the proposal, I sort of see the working group as a bit of a sort of strategic reserve. It doesn't necessarily have a long list of things that it has to do, but it might need to be wheeled out pretty quickly and call on the expert group and the other sources of insight that it has to answer some difficult things in quite short order. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point and a good perspective as well. And we might even imagine that in an emergency situation, this group, if it is going to be smaller, can ask for some resources from the EIOC in case if it's the case. So I think this is a good point, Mark. Jens?
Yes, I had a similar thought. I think the TWG is a little bit a radar which is continuously looking at issues, and there might pop up issues where there is further work needed. For me, the EIOC is more also a geographic radar, less specific on issues. So it's a different perspective. And I would appreciate to have these technology experts or freaks being aware of issues happening, so specialized in this, and where we can also consult and ask for the implication. So I think have a permanent structure which may change over time, whether we have need more or less resources. Perhaps we have now reached a status where we're saying we can reduce it a bit, but it should be prepared for doing further work in the future. So I like very much these proposals.
Thank you, Jens. Caroline.
Thank you. I initially had the same thought as Luigi as well, that you can actually fold in the TWG into the EIOC. But I think there is a need for maybe slightly different skill sets and focus of attention. So I think it is worthwhile having a smaller technology working group continue to exist alongside the EIOC, but clearly there's a need for the two groups to share information in the event that there's something that comes to light with one group that might actually be something that the other group needs to take forward. Thank you.
I think that what is resulting clear from this discussion is that whatever decision we make, there will be a need of a close interaction between the EIOC and the TWG, and that we will have to carefully decide upon the mandate of each one of the groups, because having heard what Jens said, I think that we have to clarify, probably it's me that I don't have that clear the mandate, but the mandate of the EIOC to me is also this mandate of working as a radar, and not only geographically, but identifying trends, events, problems, etc. So the proximity seems obvious in some moments at least. So I think that we will have to find an agile and smart way of making sure that both groups, if we are to keep them separated, both groups working connected. And I like this idea of the TWG working as an emergency reserve group. Because we can't have the risk, because we don't have those resources of having one group that because it exists, it feels accountable and responsible to come up with proposals and ideas, etc. This would work against our capacity. So I think that we have very good ideas here around the table, and that this will help us. And I'm not sure that we can make decisions here, but I think that what we can conclude, if I don't see anyone wanting to comment on, but if we don't have other ideas, that we'll have to reflect upon the mandate of the two groups, composition and the ways of coordination, and making sure that synergies are all that all the synergies are taken.
And that's a fair conclusion, Gabriel, I would say. And maybe we could ask TWG to perhaps draw up a brief terms of reference for this reimagined sort of reservist TWG that would be in operation, with those four sort of areas of focus or responsibilities, if you will. With an emphasis on this point about coordination with the IOC as needed, and that will provide a bit of a basis for then this new group to move forward. Also, not forgetting that we have this connectivity with TEG, the experts group, that will continue to need to happen, and we shouldn't be losing that connectivity with the experts.
Sorry, Brian.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I think those are really good points, Ken, particularly, I guess, around a new terms of reference, because we don't right now have reference within in our terms to the TEG, because obviously that was something that was contemplated sort of more along the future lines. So that would make sense in any event, if the group is going to continue to have a reworked terms that really reflects what's just been talked about, right? And then to be able to bring that to the board and put it forward. Super quick closing comments from me. The diversity point, so it was raised, let's not make this too small. I agree with that. That's more of just a resource issue of not that many people necessarily being available to staff these different, and I use staff in the volunteer staff sense, but to sit on this type of a group, because folks are going to obviously be busy with the other aspects that we're talking about during this session. But keep in mind that that's kind of the whole point of the technology experts group, as well, as to bring that diversity. And as we said, when we formed that group at the beginning of last year, we should be open to having the potential of more individuals on there, or changing out individuals based on different needs of what that TEG is going to be called on to do at during any given period. And so, subject to taking a look at a new terms of reference, that would probably be a good time then to at least give consideration to what do we want this TEG to do, because that group, I use the word report, but they're connected to the IESBA through the TWG, and so it would make sense for us to think about what is it that we need, and for that to be part of the proposal. Mark, I really liked your comment about the strategic reserve. That's exactly what we're trying to get at with pillars 3 and 4, where both of them, if you think about the title slides there, right, it's capacity for something. And it's that ad hoc analysis. It's just the ability to be there to do the work throughout the year that might come up. So not necessarily that there are very specific tasks, although, there are some ideas on the table already, which is great. But it's exactly that. It's tasks that come up through discussion or, through other projects or whatever that folks say, you know what, let's get TWG to do a little bit of work in this, but keeping in mind the resource limitations. And the only other thing I wanted to say is, it might have just been my speakers, but I'm pretty sure that Jens meant to say technology geeks and not freaks. But anyway, I'll assume that that's what he said, but it was funny at my end. So thanks.
Okay, Brian, thank you. So we have here some food for thought for the next few days. I wonder, Ken, if you will have to, yeah, sure, we have to look to the composition of these groups, but I have already made a call for expression of interest for the IAOC, but maybe we should do the same for in case we keep the group, and it seems that it is the case. Expression of interest to be a soldier to this emergency reserve group. So until today.
And yeah, the work can be exciting. I mean, I'm not trying to advertise, but you know, when we think about the issues like crypto and and what's coming up on technology, and Mark just said PCOB just established a new technology innovations group. There must be a good reason for them to be getting organized in that way. So this could be a very interesting and challenging work, and for that reason, if anybody's interested, I very strongly encourage their consideration of joining this group.
And surely points of contact with the IOC. I was thinking about what you said about FTX. Is that a technology issue? Is that a IOC? Well, we know, yeah, many things to think. So, Ken, until when should it be reasonable to get expressions of interest for the TWG?
I would suggest, if possible, by end of tomorrow, if board members or technical advisors could come back to us with any expressions of interest. The planning committee is meeting on Friday, so it'd be useful to have that information.
Good, and I would like to recall that we made a call for expressions of interest for the IOC as well. It's not that we don't have candidates, we do, but just sometimes these things get forgotten in the amidst this all this work and ideas. So, Ken, any indications, guidance, information?
Yeah, in terms of the yes, Gabriel, in terms of the agenda for tomorrow, tomorrow we have a session dedicated to the strategy and work plan. So Jeff will be leading the board to the draft consultation paper. But before that, I was gonna suggest, and I hadn't had a chance to raise this with you, Gabriel, but and maybe I'll turn to Rich, whether the technology task force would be in a position to present a turnaround draft of the text following this morning's discussion, or this afternoon, so that the board can consider that text and see whether we would be in a position to have the document considered by the board for approval tomorrow, rather than on this December 7th.
Yeah, we talked over lunch. We're going to meet as soon as we're done here, and I think we will have something for tomorrow.
That would be great. Another anticipation. We are getting very effective. So,
if the board is comfortable with that, then I will leave it to you, Rich, and your task force to work with the document and come back with, if possible, circulating the revised text overnight, so that the board has it for consideration in the morning.
I just want to make sure Cam didn't fall out for chair. We're good. She says we're good. Okay.
Can you feel the eyes of everybody looking at you? Thank you, Cam and Rich. So I think that for today we are ready. I wish you all a very good rest of the day. Those who still have task force meetings, I hope it goes so smoothly and so quick as our meeting, and that you can have some time for a walk in New York. It's finished. It's finished. Sorry? Oh, sorry, Begonia, I'm sorry, I forgot once again. Do Do you need to add anything? Thank you very much, Begonia, and I apologize.